didn't think so. Is there something on there?
Last week we met. We said
Oh.
we denied them, and so I
No.
wasn't sure. I was just
Not-
asking if we could-
Okay, not this time. Wait, my hand. Where is?
How do I go to that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, the secretary, because
Oh, it's right here.
where, did you find it? Is this,
Just back out and look at my drive.
okay, hold on. Right here?
What's today's date?
August. That's June.
I don't know.
It just says so right there. June 4, 2026.
I don't think we have it on there.
Okay, that's not bueno. I'm gonna ask. Oh, he didn't. You're already.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go back.
Okay, I don't know. No, I just messed it up.
No, go to the drive.
This one, Google Drive?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mine is there.
I might have to borrow yours.
I'll take mine.
This is- Oh, here is your, in the event of the show, you can stay up all the time. This is the, at the end of the,
Like a update.
yeah, update.
City of Uhland. What is it? City of Uhland.
Or is that on your? No, just leave yours, we'll share with them.
I'll grab mine. So you can see it from that.
Okay.
Yeah, it says discussion on it, so.
Anna, waiting on Anna. Bless. Did it work? She went that way, and I'm waiting on her so she can. Anna. Anna. Oh, there she is.
She can sit in that spot.
Anna, would you like to sit over here since Councilmember Esposito is not here today? You're fine? Okay. Good evening. I call this meeting to order for the City of Uhland, Wednesday, August 5th, 2026 at 6:03 PM. Can we have roll
Mayor Garza,
here?
Alex Saldivar,
Here.
Mark Gronzik,
Here.
Soraya Pineda,
Here.
Mary Lapointe,
Here.
Matthew Esposito, absent.
We have quorum. Okay, please stand for the pledge and the Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated. I do have an announcement to make for those of you that don't know yet. Mr. Brodowski, our city administrator, is his last day today. I want to say on behalf of the city of Uhland and myself, I'm very grateful for the opportunity that he has been with us for a solid 5 months and made great progress and great changes for the city of Uhland, helping us to go forward. Also want to introduce Mr. Brian Frieda. He is the temporary interim city administrator. So we welcome you and we wish you the best, Mr. Brodowski. Okay, we'll go on to public comments.
I have Stephen Contreras. Oh. Perfect. Do you want to speak? We'll do it before. Great. Then Sid Basari is for the item as well. Then Michelle Wolf is also for an item. So we have no general public comment.
Okay.
Oh, we have one general comment. Did you fill the form out?
Oh, okay.
You can do it afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mitch Nelson for the record. I work for Tract, and we are the developer who is moving forward the Caldwell Valley Technology Park. Mainly here tonight just to introduce myself. We've been in front of council 4 or 5 times over the last 2 years, and we're really excited about our project, but there's some new faces here, and we also want to be a resource to the public as our project moves forward. So I'll be that person involved in the project, and I'm not asking for anything tonight, but just introducing myself. I'll be here all night if there's questions from the public, and we're really excited to be in Uhland and continue working with staff and city council as our project progresses. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to consent agenda items. And I have to separate some agenda items, 5.7, 5.10, and 5.11. Does council have any other consent agenda items they want to separate, or do we leave the remaining together? No? How about you? No?
I would like 5.4 brought out for a little bit of description.
Okay, anything else?
If no other items, I will talk about 5.4 real fast and to give you some more descriptive on that. Are we ready to start going into the items?
I was waiting to see if she had anything else. Do you have any?
I had a question on 5.1.
Okay.
So we want to separate 5.1?
I just had a question on some of the fees. I had noticed there was a. Let me see. The past due invoices. I was wondering if it was for a previous year, or what was the reason why why it's coming up on this budget cycle?
Are you referring to the PID service agreement?
Mhm.
So that is likely PID services to the actual homeowners and property owners inside that PID. So what's on the agenda tonight is the annual service agreement and then the assessment role changes. So the PID's already been established, and every year the property values change. So the PIDs change with those property values. So likely what you're seeing is homeowners inside the PID are late on their payments. So the city, we're just the intermediate that manages the PID with P3s, our third-party consultant who manages it for us. But likely those late fees are homeowners who are late on their PID assessments.
Okay, yes, sir.
I mean, I do have some questions as well. I'm not sure what your intention is, pulling the items out. Are you pulling items out for
Because I
discussion?
need to make corrections on the meeting minutes.
Okay.
So
Currently, we have items 5.1, 5.4, 5.7, 5.10, 5.11, if I understand it.
yes,
As pulled out, and then we can make a motion and accept all the other consent items and then discuss each of these individually. If you would like, do you have any other items you want pulled out to have discussion on?
Just 5.1 and 5.4,
Okay,
and they're real basic questions. I don't think it's going to take a lot of deliberation.
okay.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go, 5.1 is the first one that, do we need a motion for that? To take them out?
To, okay, sorry.
Yep, so a motion just to pull these items out of consent. And then since there are so many, we can go through those and then whatever is left, we can make a motion for the remaining ones because some of these might need changes and not get actually approved. So you can either approve the ones you have not pulled out, or we can just go through those ones real fast and figure out what is going to go back into consent.
Okay,
What most people do in this situation is they will approve the remaining items on the consent agenda, and then they will go back through the ones that have been pulled. So as right now in my notes, I see that 5.1, 5.4, 5.7, and 5.11 are being.
and
pulled.
5.10.
And
And
5.10.
5.10, thank you, I knew I missed one. So a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda, and then we would go back, once that motion passes, we would go
Back
through
to the
those
other ones.
items one by one.
Okay, do I have to read each one that we're going to pass? No,
No,
we
ma'am.
do not.
In
Okay,
that case, I'd like 5.2 to be included in pulling it out.
pulling out?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're pulling out 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.7, 5.10, and 5.11 are pulled out. So the remaining consent agenda items is 5.3, 5.5, 5.6, 5.8, 5.9, 5.12, and 5.13. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Saldivar. Councilmember Lapointe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
Aye.
Councilmember Gorancic?
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, so let's go back to the ones that we pulled. 5.1, do we have any questions on that one?
Yes, I do. 5.1, and I don't know if I'm able to comment on 5.2 because 5.1 question is virtually the same thing.
They're the same item essentially.
Yeah. So my question is really just, are these just routine updates required by Chapter 372? Are there any material changes that we need to be aware of to the assessments? Any obligations that we're not aware of? This is all just check the
Yeah,
box.
This is literally check the box once a year. So it's a 5-year service plan, and every year the benchmark just moves. And you have to do this every year, and usually it's around the same time.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on 5.1 and 5.2? Okay, 5.4, Councilmember Lapointe?
If there are no other questions on 5.1 and 5.2, let's go ahead and get a motion to approve those items since they've been pulled, and then we'll have them crossed off. And
Okay, so do I have a motion on 5.1 and 5.2 consent agenda item?
I make a motion to approve 5.1 and 5.2.
Okay, do I have a
agenda
second?
items.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Gorancic. Councilmember Lapointe?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
Aye.
Councilmember Gorancic?
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
The motion carries. All right, the next item that we pulled from the consent is 5.4. Councilmember Lapointe?
Yes, the consideration of possible action regarding the approval of a resolution designating authorized signatories for contractual documents and request for funds regarding the GLO. So why is this changing?
So since I'm leaving, I'm an authorized signatory. And so we have to update that because it requires 2 signatories to approve the checks for the GLO project. And then we're actually adding a 3rd signatory as the mayor pro tem to make sure there's always 2 people available. So the city administrator can be the interim or the temporary, however you guys want to phrase it. So he'll be a signatory in the meantime. and then Matthew will be one, and then Mayor Garza already is one as well. So this is to make sure there's people here to sign the checks for that project once I'm gone.
Okay, so I see the resolution removing you. If I'm on the correct agenda item here.
The form for the additions is blank. So we have, it's a yellow form. It's on the table back there. So it just lists everyone's names. And so once this is approved, Matthew will sign it. So essentially what you're trying to do is you're capturing their signatures to make sure that they're in the record with the state. So when they sign things, there's a verified signature for the checks.
Okay, so do we need to designate in this
Nope.
Motion who we're approving?
Nope. So the resolution itself has in there the language of the positions. And then from the positions, they'll sign on behalf of that. The reason why you do this is if you go by names, the resolution itself has to be changed every single time. Well, this is unique because we're adding Matthew essentially. This could have happened without my departure, but the adding of Matthew is why this is back on the agenda, which is the third signatory.
Okay, and when it says city administrator, it could be the interim city administrator?
That is
You
correct.
don't have to specify that?
That's why we, everywhere I've been, we go ahead and do the signatories by position, not by name, because it makes it that much easier on the bank and you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That was all the questions I had about that item.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to accept 5.4?
I'll make a motion to accept 5.4.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Lapointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Guaransez,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, 5.7. This is for the July 1st City Council meeting minutes. The corrections are on section 4. Hold on. Excuse me, section 6. And it's got this executive session, the city council adjourned into executive session at 6:12 PM to discuss item 6.1 real property, and that's 7.1 acres, 6.2 legal issues related to the Uhland Fall Festival, and 6.3 economic development corporation matters. The second correction on that meeting minutes is item 8.3, commercial vehicle parking. Discussion on an ordinance prohibiting commercial vehicles larger than 1-ton capacity from parking on residential streets except for loading and unloading. The ordinance is intended to be applied citywide for uniform enforcement. That's it on the corrections for that meeting. The 5.10,
What's being corrected specifically?
those two that I mentioned.
What about them need to be corrected? Is my
Well,
question.
the language wasn't complete.
What is it supposed to be is what I'm asking. What should the
That's what I
language say?
just read.
Oh,
What I just read is the correction.
I didn't catch that.
Would you like for me to read it again?
Please.
So for July the 1st, the corrections, there's two corrections on the meeting minutes. Section 6 for the executive session. The city council adjourned into executive session at 6:12 PM to discuss 3 agenda items. Agenda item 6.1 real property, that's the 7.1 acres, 6.2 legal issues related to the Uhland Fall Festival, and agenda item 6.3 economic development corporation matters. The second correction was on agenda item 8.3, was the commercial vehicle parking, discussion on ordinance prohibiting commercial vehicles larger than 1-ton capacity from parking on residential streets except for loading and unloading. The ordinance is intended to be applied citywide for uniform enforcement. Those were the corrections. Do you remember that it was about that rig that was parking in residential in a school zone?
I do, but I guess I'm confused because I'm not hearing what the correction is. I feel like you're
I-
just reading.
I'm reading this so that what was there before, it needed to say this because it had 30 minutes on there and we didn't talk about 30 minutes. In other words, the ordinance wasn't about 30 minutes.
Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
that's how the minutes read as we're given them. So I think the confusion is we don't have a document that shows it was anything different than what you're reading.
Okay,
The document already has those changes.
okay,
That's presented to us.
okay.
So, yeah, we don't know what it was changed from because we already have those changes in the document we have.
Okay. So you have them on your
I,
document.
in
So
in
then
my
I don't,
document,
so then I don't need to read the rest of them? Is that,
there's nothing to correct from what you said that's different in the document that's presented before me for approval.
the,
Yeah, Mayor, if I may,
go ahead.
it sounds to me as though the city secretary has already made your corrections, and the version of the minutes that was presented to council for their consideration already has those corrections in it. And if that's the case, no action is necessary to change the minutes. They can be approved as presented.
Okay, and I think maybe the confusion is because they were posted on the city website and on the bulletin board without, when I saw those, I corrected them. So council might have it, but not the public.
I
That's-
understand.
That's all I was saying.
I understand what you're saying. The version that I received in an email also has the prior version.
Okay,
But it sounds to me, based on the conversation, that all of the council members were presented with corrected minutes already. And so at this point, we could entertain a motion to accept the corrected minutes as presented. And that would cover, I think, what you guys are discussing.
okay, good. So then we can just go ahead and accept agenda item 5.7, 5.10, and 5.11 with the corrections. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Saldivar. Councilmember Lapointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Guanci,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we are done with the consent. Okay, now we're going to move on to agenda item 8.1. Discussion and possible action to appoint the Gauche Law Firm PLLC and city attorney, as city attorney, approve the engagement letter, authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city, and administer the oath of office to the appointed city attorney. So we had already discussed this about the engagement letter previously, and do I do the swear-in for the attorney? I've never seen that done before.
Yes, ma'am. In a type A general law city, the city attorney is a public official and has to take an oath of office the same way that the city secretary and the treasurer would need to take an oath of
I didn't know
office.
that.
Well, that's why you're hiring me, ma'am.
Do what?
I said, that's why you're hiring me.
Yeah, we didn't do that with the last attorney, I don't recall.
If I can ask, so when this says, it doesn't say to represent the city in legal matters. And I think what we're, previously, we always had an attorney, a law firm that handled all of our legal matters. I don't recollect that we've appointed a city attorney position, sorry. And so I have a question about that. So is this under contract from, we did the RFQ or whatever, and you were selected as the law firm to represent us? Is there a difference between an appointed city attorney and a law firm representing a city?
That's a great question, and I'm glad that you asked it because many people are confused about this in the various cities that I represent, okay? So there's a lot of different variations in the way that city attorneys are hired. When we say city attorney, we're referring to a position that is similar to general counsel for a corporation. The city attorney is responsible for all legal matters related to the city. That doesn't mean that the city attorney will handle them all personally. In many cases, a city might also hire what's known as a special counsel. That's an attorney who is hired for a special project, all right? And oftentimes, if the city is sued, your insurance carrier will appoint an insurance counsel to defend the lawsuit. So as a member of TML IRP, whenever you are sued and they provide coverage for it, they also provide the attorney. So there are a lot of variations for that. The thing to keep in mind here is that the general counsel position is called city attorney. And I would cover all legal matters, or rather I should say my firm will, unless city council wants a special counsel to handle something that requires unique expertise. The other question you asked is the fact that we're talking about my firm instead of an individual, and whether that person is appointed as an employee or under contract. All of those options are available to cities. The first city attorney position that I worked, I was hired in-house as a regular city employee, just the same way you would hire a city secretary or a city administrator. Under this arrangement, which is common in small cities, you're hiring my firm under contract. So I will be a contractor for, or rather my firm will be a contractor for the city. And the terms of the contract are set out in my engagement letter. Under that contract, I will be the primary attorney responsible for handling your issues. However, if there's a conflict, whether that be a conflict of interest or a scheduling conflict, someone else in my office, there are other attorneys that work with me, can handle that issue on your behalf to make sure that you don't get left out in the cold just because I happen to not have the ability to be here. Okay? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And you mentioned that it makes you a public official of the city of Uhland. Okay.
That is
And-
correct.
Okay.
The other part of the question that you asked that I didn't answer, thank you, Brian, for reminding me, is the RFQ question. The
Yes.
city did post an RFQ for city attorney. It was posted in several places, and then I think that you guys had 6 different law firms respond to that RFQ. And at the last regular meeting, y'all approved Hayden negotiating with me to come up with the contract that is my engagement letter, and that's what's before you tonight. As a matter of clarification, it's not necessary for you to do an RFQ for city attorney. And so if you've done a different process in the past, that may be the reason why. It's not legally required to use an RFQ process to hire an attorney.
Okay.
There are particular professional positions that we are not required to do an RFQ for. City attorney being one, engineering firms being another, and some particular consultants, due to their subject matter expertise, we're not required to do RFQs, which we can shop around and get the best price and who has the best knowledge and background to the particular matter at hand. And it saves the city and the taxpayers money from not having to put stuff in the newspaper and such as that.
Right. And I do understand that. Just to touch on that for a second, since it was brought up, my opinion of that is the cost of publishing in a newspaper is so small in comparison to having open transparencies where the public can see how a particular firm was selected over other firms. So in my opinion, I think we should continue the process. It's more open to the public. But that was all the questions I had. I was just trying to figure out why we were doing this and how this was different from, I don't recall it previously being a public official of the city, but I might not recall that.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that as well.
Second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Lapointe?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
Aye.
Councilmember Guaransez?
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
Motion carries. So for agenda item 8 point, oh, excuse me, we have to swear him in? Excuse me.
She has it. Yeah, let's do that.
Excuse me. of the state of Texas, and will do the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Okay. We were on agenda item 8.2. Public hearing to consider testimony and take action on a voluntary annexation request of an approximate 20.004 acre described as Lot 1 and Lot 2 of Uhland Estates, Section 1, and Lot 5 of Uhland Estates, Section 2, located in Hayes County and is more commonly known as 18021 Camino Real, Uhland, Texas, 78640. We have Bureau Veritas, Ben Rodriguez.
Mayor, can you also open 8.3 or 8.3? They'll go hand in hand. So the annexation and the zoning are a tandem project. And 8.3 will happen organically with 8.2.
So we'll do both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, do you want to do staff presentation before or after the public hearing?
What was that question?
Do you want him to do his staff presentation before or after we hold a public hearing?
Before.
Before.
Okay, so the first item we have is a voluntary annexation request from the owner. It's for a 20-acre portion of their overall site. There's existing roadway frontage along Camino Real that was annexed into the city prior. I believe it was in the 80s. So this portion tonight is to annex the remainder of the property that is not within the city limits. That doesn't directly front Camino Real. The other portion of this item will also, or the next item will be the annexation or the zoning of that property following its annexation. The existing property that is alongside Camino Real is zoned for general business. And the rezoning request is to rezone the remainder 20 acres to general business as well. So that way the entirety of the property that they own will be zoned the same as general business. The owner has a anticipated development plan for the project. As far as the city's review side, we haven't gotten to that part. We reviewed it, but he does have a presentation for you guys that shows his plan for the future of the property following annexation and zoning. So staff is recommending that the annexation and the zoning case both be approved tonight. The annexation or the zoning complies with your master plan for the area, which was listed as commercial, non-residential uses along the state highway. So what is being proposed matches your comprehensive plan and the existing zoning along that corridor. And if you have any questions regarding either the annexation or the zoning, I'm available to answer those, as well as the applicant is here tonight as well.
Then I'll add a couple things. Does this go to P&Z? I believe it was the 15th or 22nd. When did it go to P&Z? 15th?
15.
P&Z did review it. It was recommended approval to y'all unanimously by P&Z. We did get one letter of support back. So we did do mailers to all the adjacent property owners. And a letter did come back in support from one of the property owners to the east. And then that is all the things that weren't in the staff report. So any questions for Ben?
I have several questions. My first question is, why is the owner requesting annexation now?
You would have to ask the owner that specifically, but from what I understand is he wants to build on the site and wanted to be a part of the member of the community. He could have, if he chose to, could have de-annexed the existing portions and or done the majority of the development outside the city limits and in the county. But from my conversations with him, he wanted to be included within the community, wanted to pay taxes to the community and be a part of Uhland.
One more piece too, the frontage of this property is already zoned and annexed. So if you were to develop this project, you would have to traverse through city limits, through a zone property. Then if they were to de-annex the ETJ, you'd have a dissected project. So it is more simple to have this project be cohesive. So
Correct.
to Ben's point, this project could have existed outside of the ETJ and in the county if they were to de-annex the ETJ, but their frontage would still be city limits and still zoned, and you would not be able to leave that from the city. So it is easier for the project and the property owner to bring this into the city and zone the whole project with the city.
Hayden, I was looking at some of the documents, and it looks like the part that is in the city that is already zoned as general business, it looks as though we haven't been receiving any kind of property tax from that. Can you shed some light on that?
It solely depends on whether or not the building itself is in the city. So if there's houses on that frontage and they're set back outside of the annexed and zoned area, you don't get the property taxes for that. So the only thing that's actually getting property tax is the right of way that was acquired by the city whenever they did this expansion of 21. So at some point, what year was it? You said 2000 and when they brought in the zone for this? Oh, you mentioned it.
It's in 1980.
I believe it was when it was annexed prior. And
Sure. So whenever it was first brought in the right of way into the city limits, they extended out basically the right of way width to bring 21 into the city, but it likely didn't extend to the homes that offset this property. So there would be no taxable value per se because the actual home site is outside of the city limits. No different than someone voting in an election. Their front of their property being in city limits doesn't mean they can vote because the actual dwelling itself sits in the county entirely. Hence why there would be no assessed taxable value for these houses. So if there is a taxable value, it's only the strip of land that is currently zoned, and it's likely very marginal. Could even be zero because they don't even bother appraising it.
So that then brings me to another question. If we annex those in, we're still not going to recognize any tax revenue.
Property taxes you would. So the sales tax.
But sales
component-
taxes, we would not.
Correct. So any improvement to the site that increases the property value from a building standpoint becomes taxable value because the city's property taxes would be levied on this property once it's annexed in. The sales tax component of it would go to whoever has claimed that prior to 2013, which is likely the ESD. But the property tax valuation would solely come to us as well as the other jurisdictions have taxing authority in the region. But the sales tax piece, but I think the applicants speak to this, but I'm not sure what sales tax pieces they have. Their deal is a lot of commercial and warehousing, which has more property value than it does the sales tax value.
Right. So just to be clear, this, if we're looking at what benefits this annexation brings to the city and what benefits the annexation brings into the applicant, other than property tax, more than likely, the city would not really benefit
It just
from any
depends. Yeah.
sales tax revenue.
So it depends. So it'd be a trash service account. So each one of the industrial warehouses would be a commercial trash account, which is feed higher than residential. So the profit margin for the city is substantially higher on a commercial account than it is on a residential account. And every one of these warehouse buildings likely will have an individual trash account because if they're doing industrial or commercial, they'll each have a trash account. So likely you're looking at 30 or 40 trash accounts. Again, not an insane revenue source, but better than zero. And then if the property value itself is worth, let's say $20 million at build out, you would then take 18 cents per hundred of that valuation as revenue to the city. So while it's not millions of dollars of sales tax revenue per se, there is a value to be brought to us in the tens of thousands of dollars annually to the city. In terms of cost of service, the city does not have water and sewer service that is done by county line. So for us, our only service we're providing is trash, third party through our waste provider, and then police services. And at some point, we could do a calculation on police servicing calls to this area, but I imagine if it's 15 calls per year, their property tax would likely cover the cost of service for our police department. But again, those are things that you can dig into through the development process. But in most cases, since there's no true cost of service that we're providing from a enterprise standpoint, it's abundantly hard to know the cost to the citizens of the city because we don't have some of those enterprises that are typical of cities of our size. So you'd have to figure out trash and police costs, what that means for us. Sure. One thing the applicant can talk about is how many employees they're going to generate for this and who might live locally. So if this warehouse project develops to 100 jobs or so, you likely will also see people living in the community and buying houses here as well. So there's a lot of fringe and hard to quantify benefits of this project because it's not as simple as saying we're selling 1,000 hamburgers a month at this price, here's the sales tax. It's going to be a lot of just ad valorem value to the city.
Are there any, are there currently any deed restrictions on this property?
That'd be for the applicant to know. We don't, the city doesn't deal in deed restrictions. So during the applicant's piece, they can answer that question. I'm not sure if they've done, they have to do title research when they buy this property, but it's important to note that the city of Uhland does not enforce deed restrictions. Even if there was a restriction that said they couldn't do this use, the city could not enforce deed restrictions.
But Hayes County does.
Yeah, but again, that's not our dealing.
Just for a clarity purpose.
Sure.
I mean, that's an important piece of information for me to know. If they chose to leave the ETJ and not be annexed, what challenges does that present? So I guess my question is
I don't think anybody can enforce deed restrictions, by the way. I just asked the attorney. Deed restrictions are not enforceable by any, they're a party of property owners agreeing to each other, and no outside entity can force property owners to agree to each other to follow the restrictions. It'd be civil litigation.
Correct.
Okay. Are you guys planning on platting all three of these into one, or are they going to be three separate plats?
I would defer to the applicant on, let me turn it over to him because I think he'll have more details on the future of the property post-annexation.
Thanks.
Those are great questions, Mark. My name's Travis Spalding. I'm owner-operator of Capital Construction in Austin, Texas for 40 years. We currently have 7 projects very similar to this across the state of Texas. 1.8 million square feet of office warehouse. Very good. I'll just address, I guess that wasn't my spiel here, but I'll start answering questions. I always like to think we're here to, a good deal is when both parties are happy. So your questions are what we bring and what you bring are very valid. And that's what I presented here in our proposal. I think just to clarify who we are and what we do, really would answer a lot of those questions. So what we're proposing to do is roughly about 200,000 square feet of office warehouse. I will be the largest taxpayer in the entire city right now. We have a retail, which you will be getting sales tax if there's anything being sold there. We currently will have over 300 different employees minimum at our sites. Usually it runs somewhere in the 600 to 800. And then we're going to be running our individual businesses. We calculate somewhere around 50 to 100 in this particular facility. And I know all the numbers, so if you need any numbers, this proposed facility should be roughly about $60 million worth of revenue when built out. And I'll probably be coming in and discussing what we benefit for the ESD, what we benefit for the police department, and what we benefit from the taxes as far as the sales revenue, property value revenue, and then an overall influx of business to the city. But I'd like to start on not necessarily what we're offering you, but you asked your first question was about why I would annex in. And that's a very good question. So currently, I'm a ranch owner here. We have an exotic game ranch down the street. We also have another 600,000 square foot of office warehouse going in on Highway 21. We feel that with the new developments coming into this area, we feel with the data mall center that's going in at Lockhart and this being one of the only roads in, that we think it's worth to sow into a small city, because without the small cities, then everybody's ET is exiting the ETJ, so they don't have the restrictions. And it's making a non-restricted city environment, which needs to be controlled by a city. So we come in and we want to join the city. We'd like to annex in, which is unusual in a lot of predicament. Some instances, we would stay out of the county, and we do have some there in the county. But in this particular instance, we have researched pretty hard, and we feel that our first way to approach is to approach the city and to see if you guys are willing, and if you guys want us there, before we would think about doing something different or annexing out of the city. So what we're planning on doing is a proof of concept. So currently, right now, at our different facilities, like outside of Samsung, we have roughly about 650 employees in that area. Each and every one of those is a second tier provider for Samsung. So what that means is we're bringing in the people that are actually building the semiconductors. We're bringing in the people that are actually building every tool that goes into building that semiconductor. And we feel that we're a very viable asset to Taylor right now. We feel that we're a very viable asset to Williamson County. And we have two projects there up north. The project here is slightly different. That is some bigger warehouses, more of tilt walls. We've moved from any tilt wall. We've moved to a smaller, about 4,000, 5,000 square foot warehouses. We feel that with the new data mall that's going to be coming in, that they're really going to want to position themselves more to the Austin side than the Lockhart side. And we feel that most of the contractors in that are going to want to be more towards Austin and developing. So we want to be the first person in to have warehouses for them. And currently right now, there's another warehouse right outside of the city limits. We could do the exact same thing. They're not restricted. They don't look like this on the front. They don't have nice glass. They pretty much just warehouses. I believe they have 40,000 feet on just a couple acres. We're proposing 200,000 feet on 20 acres with a large ratio of parking. Our front of the facility, we also have a bank that banks us that is willing to, that does want to bank. Texas Regional Bank was one of the main first people that came and said, if there's no bank in Uhland, Texas, we want to put a bank in Uhland, Texas. That's one of our bankers we work with in our facility. So if you could pull up our site map over there, I'll come back to the annexation a little bit further. Right there. So this is a rough site drawing. We don't really want to go much further. We want to get annexed in. We want to make sure you guys are going to let us replat it. Those are huge. We just went through the city of Georgetown 2 years to get a replat and to get zoning. So we're here to just ask you if you like us to do it and you want us to rezone, we'll do it. And if you don't want us to do it, then we don't want to take the 2 years to do it. So what we're offering is a nice, clean warehouse facility, and it would be on 21. We feel it will be a big asset to the community. Consider there is no warehouses except the brand new one going up in outside of the city limits. Roughly about a mile south or a mile north of this location on 21 is a current warehouse facility going in. This is our warehouse facility. We're bringing a bank to the town. We're bringing nice frontage. We will have retail in the front, and we will have a general business in the back of more of a 500 square foot office with a 3,000 square foot warehouse. So if that kind of answers your questions of revenue, I feel we'll be the largest revenue the city has currently.
I can interject real fast too. So if, let's say $60 million is the valuation, quick math would show you that $60 million at $100 per thousand would be about $108,000 a year in ad valorem. It's important to note that ad valorem is not just the building itself, but it's also business personal property. So if you bring somebody in who stores a bunch of expensive things that they sell out of that, while you don't get the sales tax, you do tax the business inventory they have on site. So it's kind of a twofold thing. So yes, there is the three you want: sales tax, property tax, and then business personal property tax. We'll at least get for sure two of those. And this type of user tends to lend that if they are doing construction and other things in the region, they're storing a lot of things on site that they must claim on their property taxes.
Is that a good, fair evaluation? And if there's any other taxation work?
I mean, that's a great evaluation. I appreciate that. But 10 million is dramatically different than 60 million. So that's what I'm trying to, because on there it says he's bringing $60 million in revenue to the city, and you're saying 10 million
No, so
roughly.
if it's $60 million of valuation, you would do 60 million divided by 100, and then you do times our tax rate of 0.18, 18 cents per hundred.
Okay.
It gets you to $108,000. So it's $60 million of value that then gets taxed. Now, if there was a sales tax piece, that is a variable that is harder to quantify. And 60 million could be low or it could be high, depending if someone is doing data stuff like storage, not actual data center, but let's say they're selling chips. If chips are stored here, each one of those has a value that is taxed as a personal property. Just to also clarify too, we did this at the P&Z meeting as well, kind of what's in front of you guys, because I think a lot of times what's before council is planned developments. Very seldom do we have straight zoning projects like this. So I'm going to really fast just clarify the difference of those two processes. So most of what's come before you guys is a planned development where the applicant is requesting to vary from our typical ordinances and ask for special things that are usually not allowed in the city of Uhland, whether it be different setbacks, different lot coverages, different uses within the zoning chart. Typically, a PD will then have a development agreement that walks hand in hand with it. In this situation, the request is to voluntarily annex and then assign it the straight zoning of general business. And then they plan to develop within the guidelines of our ordinances. So typically, there's not a whole lot of disclosure on the site. So the applicant did this for us, but it's not required because what's being requested is the zoning of general business a compatible use? Now, the applicant shares more because they want to show you what they're going to bring, but what's before you guys is not really their development, but more the idea that anything allowable in general business could get built on this site once it's annexed and then zoned. So P&Z had a similar discussion where we kind of went to the rabbit hole of the development, when in reality, this could get approved and then he could change his mind tomorrow and there's no binding because it's just straight zone. So I want to make sure we're not getting too married to a concept that is technically not officially part of the project. It's a good thing to look at because you can see what's coming, but it's not guaranteed because it's straight zone with no binding legal development agreement to bind the project here.
And I think that may be like one of the most concerning things for me, because right now this concept sounds pretty amazing, but just to stamp it with a general business stamp that can later be changed is concerning. And it's a decision that it's knowledge that's important to us, I believe, as a council, because we have to be very judicious with what land we still have left, which is very little here in Uhland. So what long-term impact is this going to have? I don't know. And I think that those are probably some of the valid questions that not just me, but probably I would assume everybody else sitting on council wants to know. And that's what makes it a little bit tough. On this.
Sure, I can answer that to make sure we're clarifying. So with the general business approval, that cannot be removed. So if I decide tomorrow that I don't want to do this and grass isn't green on one side and I don't like it because it's brown, it's still general business. And right now it's general business. It can't change and it will be general business. And anybody can come behind me and still stay within the parameters to build that general business. What I'm doing is offering you more land. As you said, you don't have a whole lot. So I'm giving you more land that's in that general business.
Right. Well, and I appreciate that. I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate what you're doing. Are there any mechanisms that would protect the city from future things that we wouldn't want in that general business
Sure.
setting, like
Yep.
say a strip bar or
Sure.
something?
Yep. So your use chart is already very restrictive in terms of what can be allowed in general business. If you remember, just 2 meetings ago or 3 meetings ago, we removed gas stations from general business.
Right.
Right. So we already have a pretty restrictive zoning chart that would restrict this use. I would argue that this is actually the most protective way for the city because you've already established what you guys want in general business. Because if you didn't want it, we'd be making efforts to remove things from the use chart. So what's happening here is they're not asking for anything outside of what's already been guaranteed for this use in the city of Uhland, which is the most typical form of zoning request before you start doing all these crazy plan developments. So this is actually the most common zoning change because you have a frontage general business, and then planning experience will tell you that the only thing you really should go to is either a lesser commercial or the same zoning district. So you have transitional zoning, so you wouldn't go general business straight to single family retail if it got annexed in, because that'd be spot zoning. You have to transition away from what is the most intensive commercial. So this use in the zone actually is the most clear way the city should expand if this were to annex in and expand general business, because it exists already on the frontage. So where you'd be concerned is if the frontage was zoned residential and they're wanting to now change this to heavy commercial or general business. What's happening here is you have an existing zoning district that is now going to just continue to area that's not even in the city right now. So if this land were to annex, the most likely and most actually probably not legal, but most appropriate would be general business. Where I get nervous is when someone comes in and then wants to do special zoning restrictions or privileges in the city of Uhland. Because remember, if you bring this in as general business, you can still modify general business as long as they haven't already submitted a plan to guarantee a use you don't want. So, but strip clubs already aren't allowed. And then our land use code has a provision for new and unlisted uses. So if they bring something crazy, novel, that does not exist in the city of Uhland, it can't just come here because it's new and unlisted. So our zoning ordinance already has a pretty thick layer of protections protecting the city from crazy uses. We took that a step further by not allowing gas stations by right. So I think after I've departed, something that you guys can do is go through the use chart and identify ones you don't want in the use chart. But just know straight zoning is the most common zoning request for cities to do this process.
Thank you.
So can you pull up the proposed space proven concept? So just to kind of let everybody know who I am and what we're doing, what we're proposing here, because it's important to ask questions. Important for us to understand who we are, what we're doing. We have 1.8 million square feet in business. There are no gas stations, there's no strip clubs. We're a proven concept. We're a proven concept for tax revenue. We're a proven concept in Bastrop. We're a proven concept in Williamson County, in Dallas, in Mesquite County, every last county we're in. We're here to be a good partner with you guys. We're here to create a good business atmosphere. We're not here to bring in people that are going to have strip clubs, stay up all night. We don't really allow any of that in any of our parks. In our parks, we're a proven concept that works really well with the tenants we have. We only target areas that are in mass growth. And you guys are in a mass growth stage, whether you know it or not. In the next 5 years, you're going to really wish more people would annex in, because what happens is a lot of times the counties have lesser restrictions. So many businesses will try and use those to not X in it. Back in the 80s, when you guys took over that strip, it's common practice for cities to come in and take over a strip and then annex out as they go into ETJs. And approximately 2 years ago, the state of Texas came up with a law that no longer gave the cities the right to just annex things in. We have the right now as property owners to actually leave the ETJ and to leave the all the rules that would stop cities from advancing. So what we want to do is come in with a good plan, with a good business, and hope the city treats everybody the same. Because if I'm going to spend the money to be here in the city, I don't want Joe Blow building the crack house next to me either. Just be honest with you. So we're kind of in the same park. We're both helping each other out. We're both, like I said, a good deal is when both parties are happy. And that's something that was taught to me by my grandfather. It's for 40 years in business in Austin. It's been doing well for me. So if you have any questions on who we are and want to see some proven concept of businesses we do have that are currently operating, we're more than glad to we're easy to find.
Just on another note that you brought up, as you mentioned, the state of Texas did change the laws on annexation. So in the past, how most cities grew was they involuntarily annexed properties and brought it to the city limits as they grew. And now that that's no longer an option, realistically, anytime you have an applicant that is willing to annex into the city and voluntarily agree to pay
If you have an applicant that is voluntarily coming into the city and is willing to pay more taxes voluntarily, I would recommend that you accept that annexation petition and get it zoned. The way that utilities are set up out here, the city has really little control over utilities. So there's entities that can facilitate near any sort of development that the market would want to propose out here. So by annexing it and zoning it, you are ensuring that the city of Uhland has some mechanism to control what is put on there in the future. If it wasn't annexed and it wasn't zoned, it could literally be anything out there. Someone could buy it to start a pig farm or
A data center.
a local dump. It could literally be anything. So at least this way, with it being annexed into the city and zoned, you have some framework on what could be there in the future.
Understood. Thank you.
I would like to share with you what's going on up and around the Dallas and Fort Worth area, especially around North Lake and Texas Motor Speedway. These folks that are coming in there with their warehouses and bringing other things in, North Lake just landed a brand new Porsche training center. And so that their employees are no longer having to go to either the West Coast or the East Coast. Now they can come into Fort Worth, generating revenue for motel and other such businesses. But these warehouses are not like the warehouses of yesteryear. These things are immaculate. Toyota's I didn't know a warehouse could look that pretty. And the same way with Porsche and the other warehouses that are coming in. And the jobs that they're bringing in is what's feeding the residential house market in Justin and North Lake and Argyle and all that up there. And so they pretty much are our influence of calls for service between the city of Justin, Fort Worth, and North Lake have not moved. The needle has not moved on calls for services. And if there's anything there, I think the fire departments have picked up a little bit more in calls for services, but not law enforcement. And so they're very well maintained. They're manicured. They're landscaped. They are usually very good neighbors. They intentionally landscape to prevent any possibility of too much noise overflow from the various deals going on around the warehouses. So in our experience up there, these types of situations, they have proven themselves to be very good partners. And so for what it's worth, I'm the new kid in town.
I appreciate that. I have two last questions and then I'll quit, I swear. Has there been a traffic impact analysis done? Because we all know that Highway 21 has some real issues and it doesn't look like TxDOT is going to be doing anything to help those issues out currently. So if we're having warehouses, this is my concern, and maybe there's an answer, but a traffic impact is a real concern that all of us have. And then the other concern that I have is flooding mitigation, because the way that Uhland is built, like this, basically, we have not developed smart as a city, and we've lost a lot of impervious cover, which has created a lot of flooding impact. So those are my two other big concerns that I would love to hear about. Any kind of mitigation factors or any ideas that will help that.
I have the answer to both those questions. So when you look at what is being requested, this is use and land use only. So once you've annexed and zoned, there is a whole nother process after this, which is the actual site development piece of it. And at that point, that's when you consider traffic studies, flood mitigation, any on-site moving of dirt that has to happen to make the site more developable. None of those are even able to be considered when you look at zoning and land use. So when you actually go to do the building of the site, they will then have to meet with TxDOT, discuss. I think they're giving some right-of-way width, I believe, as part of this project. They've said.
We're annexing 50 feet in the, back to the Highway 21 project that we're doing. That's going to be a given. We'll probably lose more than that. I believe it's probably about 60, 70 feet. In our annexation, we're willingly giving that. That's going to be part of our thing. But like you said, we're mainly talking about or just moving it to where we could build. So just to give you a good question, but we're here primarily right now to just make sure we're dancing partners. And then once we get past that part and you guys say yay or nay, then I'm going to immediately spend the money to do a TIA study, which would be a basic one, I believe would be needed for here. We're going to end up with a decel lane. So I don't want to actually tell you how it's going to be or what it's going to look like, because like you said, the development process is the secondary. So we're here mainly to say what we're doing and ensure that we have a proof of concept elsewhere, that we have put decel lanes, because yes, there will be more traffic. Yes, there will be an increase of revenue to offset that. And yes, we're in our site development, we will be addressing not only a TIA study, but probably 2 decel lanes in the process.
It's important to note that from tonight, this whole project could actually not happen so just to know, this is the cheapest part of any development, is the actual entitlement of land use. From here, you then go do the traffic studies, the land studies, make sure the land's actually buildable, the soil studies, all that happens after this process. So what could happen is they could do all this, go start doing the traffic study, the soil studies, all the geotech that happens in this project, and then say this project is not viable. All we have now is annexed and zoned land. And that could happen. It happens very often in a lot of cities because there's no reason to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars doing concept plans unless you do a development agreement that is binding. And at that point, through that process, you're a little further in the process. But this is very speculative at this point. This is all spec work. So from here, they then go spend money to make sure the traffic will work. The decel lane that will most likely be required can be installed by giving right-of-way width to their property, and then mitigating any flood, because you can't increase the sheet flowing from this site to the neighboring properties. So there's going to be at least some type of on-site detention that has to happen. But just know from this, all of those things get into motion. So that won't happen from this meeting. And it can't do it. And honestly, you can't even consider as part of your thoughts. We all could know this lot floods entirely, and you still couldn't consider the zoning as part of the flood mitigation. It's only, is the zoning appropriate from our land use plan and the adjacent zoning around it?
And your land use plan shows this location as a commercial, retail commercial sort of classification. So this is very much in line with that. It wasn't a residential area on your plan, just because of its highway frontage through here. So what they're proposing is what your future land use plan had anticipated for this location.
Thank you.
Man, I feel like I brought 2 salesmen here. I'm not that nice.
Just to know too, not advocating for the project at all, just purely the zoning of it, right? I mean, I for me and Ben, this is more just professional weighing in on the process. Again, I have no personal feelings of this project. It can be anything, honestly. It's more of following typical zoning practices. This is the appropriate steps that happen. You have a general business frontage, property being annexed in. If it's annexed, it should become general business. Just that is zoning 101.
Okay, I would just like for clarification, because before when you mentioned the example about trash services and stuff like that, about the funds potential, you twice mentioned industrial, and I just want to clarify, none of this is industrial. None of this will be changed to industrial. That's not what's being presented. It's going to potentially be to general business.
Sure. So I guess let me rephrase that. So general business is the zone. Industrial users, I guess, is a broad term for not your generic retail clothing store, bakery store. An office warehouse might have a plumbing shop that sells parts out of it. That is typically an industrial use technically, but the land use itself is general business, because we do have light industrial and heavy industrial zoning districts. That's not being considered here. But I guess in terms of the use, you could argue plumbing sounds industrial, but in reality, it's most likely parts or some type of storage or sales or front for the building. But yeah, sorry to correct, heavy industrial and light industrial zoning districts are not being considered here. users that are a little bit heavier commercial are being considered with general business.
Correct, and that's what I just wanted to clarify, that we're just looking at general business, no industrial business, because when I look at the map, there's residential going in everywhere around it, and I just want to assure that we're not considering anything in just industrial, that it is general business. And it was mentioned about a part of it is zoned as commercial, and they want to change it to general business. So is that commercial part within the city of Uhland currently?
So the frontage is already zoned general business. So we call it commercial because you have essentially two different zoning districts, residential and commercial zoning. And then inside of those broad terms, you have light industrial, heavy industrial, light commercial, general business, those type of things. The frontage is already zoned today, general business.
Okay, I think it would just be easier for me if we use the terms of what it is actually zoned at. Because then, if we have a commercial zoning and you're telling me then we're going to change it to general business, then I just need to know it's currently general business. It's not a retail commercial or anything like that. It is just general business right now.
Sure. So
And then we're going to move to, if we annex the additional portion of it, just include that as general business, which the part in the city is already general business. Is that correct?
Okay, so what I'm hearing and what I want to try and make sure it's landing with what you're saying is that you, at 30,000 feet altitude, you have commercial and you have residential.
Yes.
Then you have subcategories to that. It's so like in an outline format. And down here at let's say little c is general business under commercial, where you have A, B, and C. Well, that is light industrial, heavy industrial, all that is. You have to say it's commercial, subtitle, general business is what we're doing.
I know where this got confused now. So Ben mentioned on the land use plan, commercial. So we'll zoom out even further. So on your future land use, you never get as specific as a existing zone. So you basically earmark areas of your town as either commercial, industrial, ag, residential. So this area was deemed commercial. So in commercial, we have local retail, general business, light industrial, heavy industrial. So then when you zoom in, like you said, when you zoom on the project, general business is the commercial zone that already exists and then should exist based on its surrounding property. So yes, that I now understand why is that confusing, because commercial is the broad stroke for the region.
Right. And I think just for me personally, it would just be easier. I understand that commercial has many zones, residential has different zones also with manufactured homes or different things like such as that. But I just don't want for like the public to think we're taking something out of like commercial retail and putting it to just a general business. Nor did I want it, because it was mentioned about industrial, them to think that we're turning something into industrial, because I don't believe that that would be a benefit to the surrounding neighbors and the residents around that area. So that was just really my main concern about clarification on those things.
Yeah, just for clarity, the frontage along the existing, the roadway that's already in the city limits today is zoned for general business. And then the area that is being annexed is on the backside of that. And we are, the proposal is to annex it or to zone it for general business as well. So that way it matches the existing zoning on the frontage.
Are we covering the plating too while we're here?
Mayor,
Are we covering plating too while we're here?
Mayor, at this point, it's probably appropriate, as y'all's questions are winding down, to open the public hearing, a combined public hearing on both is it 8.2 and 8.3?
Yes, okay. Do I have to set a time?
If you would announce the time, yes, please.
Okay. The time is 7:14 PM. We are now open for public hearing for agenda items 8.2 and 8.3.
Seeing,
So we don't have any.
was there anybody who commented? No.
We did have Sid Basari. You did sign if you want to talk, if you feel like you need to. And then, do you want to speak? Sure. Yeah, after you speak, fill the form out.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Steffen. First, I'd like to thank council for the many questions and the opportunity that y'all have actually given the city. That's awesome. That is actually 100% moving forward with what needs to be done within everything that's going on with this new growth, that everything that has been built up, which a lot of it's kind of being on the backside that no one's actually seeing. Different story, I understand. We're going to talk about what you guys actually got going on. And I understand it's going to bring in other businesses, not just a business. It's going to be multiple businesses to be able to structure the rest of the city of Uhland in a way. Now, I come up here to kind of bid on both behalves because I've been here for 20-some years and finally actually seen the city grow and doing something wonderful where as we move along and go forward with everything, we've got the police and so on. So everything that's coming along, will it be affordable for the ones that actually made the city grow to what it is today, even though it hasn't made a full growth because it takes outsiders and developers, because the developers are what come in. But within that becomes a scare moment, which is, I'm going to use this word lightly, which is a gentrification. A gentrification is one that whenever you bring in all this nice new stuff, which is all the housing that no one's living in anymore, hardly, they have some of it done, but most of it's become rental and stuff that's coming in the business. I don't see where that's the problem. We need more business here than we need the living spaces. So that's actually the best part of that I've heard from all this, is that it's not just going to be a whole bunch of houses. I thank you for that. The part that I just mentioned, though, that I spoke of lightly, is how it's going to be whenever we get pulled out of where we're at because of the gentrification. If you look that up, you find out what that actually means. I'm sure most of us know what it means. But it's taking the ones that actually built something up because we don't have the money to develop our parts of the land. Are we going to be able to focus with that? Are y'all going to allow us to be able to bring Uhland up along with these items? Is one of the people that are from the outside looking in. We want to do our part in that also, because we all want to be a part of this just as much as they do in bringing that in. I don't see it as a bad thing. I see everything the many questions to make sure that everything's covered. From my last comments, whenever I first started coming to these meetings, we also now have police officers and stuff of that nature that I've asked to run off. All that stuff was questions that I had prior to multiple other locations that came. And you have a wonderful laid out plan, wonderful revenue. I get what you're doing. You're just trying to add in a little bit more just to make that whole plot because it's something you already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public, any other comments for the public hearing? So we're going to close the public hearing at 7:18 p.m. And take a
Mayor,
motion. Oh,
we just want to make sure that when a council member is ready to make a motion, that it is a combined motion to approve both 8.2 and 8.3.
okay. So do we have a motion for agenda item 8.2 and 8.3?
I will make a motion to approve the voluntary annexation request of an approximate 20.004 acres described as Lot 1 and Lot 2 of Uhland Estates, Section 1, and Lot 5 of Uhland Estates, Section 2, located in Hayes County, is more commonly known as 08021 Camino Real, Uhland, Texas 78640, in addition to accepting the rezoning request to general business for that same property.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that as well.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Lapointe?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
Aye.
Councilmember Goransik?
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 8.4. Discussion and possible action to adopt an ordinance establishing an interim vendor permit program, including permit application requirements, fees, background check, procedures, and exemptions. Thank you. So we have an ordinance for 8.4 that our city attorney created for us. Do we have any questions from council?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Per usual. I just say that I do support this vendor program. The only concern that I might have is that we're not going to want vendors simply just setting up wherever they choose throughout the city. If we're going to adopt this ordinance, I'd like for us to consider requiring these vendors to operate only in approved and designated areas. And then that gives us the city the ability to think through traffic, parking, access for emergency vehicles, proximity to other businesses, et cetera. So that would be my only concern, even though I'm completely for it.
I think this is only based on like someone's coming knock door to door, right? This isn't like food truck pop up, right?
No, it's a great question. For you all are both asking the same thing. This permit would cover anyone who is selling from a location that is not a permanent fixed location, like a retail store. And so, yes, it would cover food trucks. Yes, it would cover people going door to door. And if you're interested in making further amendments to this, remember, we can always take this back, make some further changes to it, and bring it back at another meeting for further consideration.
I would like to approve this, but I would like some framework around and some language around where these vendors are going to be placed, where it would be appropriate for them to set up and where it would not.
Like for instance, not on 21 at all. I feel like that's dangerous. But yeah, I think that's fair. I think designating areas around the city that would be okay for people to set up or sell.
Yeah, in fact, if you're interested in that kind of change, I would need to get feedback from council regarding exactly where in the city itinerant vendors would be allowed to operate and where they would not. One of the things that I'm thinking about as I'm writing an ordinance is how I would enforce it if I'm prosecuting in municipal court. And in order for me to prosecute it, I need to know that the defendant knew they were in the right place or the wrong place. It needed to be spelled out clearly in the ordinance what they need to do. And so I like the idea. We just need to come up with a clear definition of what areas are allowed and what areas are not allowed.
My initial thoughts is Old Town Uhland would be a primary place for that to happen along Old Spanish Trail. But this is really the only area I can envision, unless somebody else has another idea of where you would have these food trucks.
Quick question for Thomas. Can this be addressed with the application process itself too? So obviously we have the framework to set up an application. Could we set up the application process to have them define areas that then could prohibit their ability to get a permit? Or is it better to have the ordinance be that specific?
No, it needs to be specifically in the ordinance because I need to be able to say in court that they were violating the ordinance that was adopted, that they were violating the law.
Great.
And so we definitely would need to spell that out.
I was going to make a suggestion. If the premise of this ordinance, when I brought it up, excuse me, this agenda, was the door-to-door salesman. We can always amend it to include food trucks because I don't think we have any right now. Or do we have some that we're concerned where they're located? Is this something for city limits and ETJ or just city limits?
This is only within the city limits. And food trucks, remember, are also regulated at the state level for health reasons. They have to get their health permit from the state or from the county, however it's regulated. And so there's an additional layer of protection there. Another concern that y'all might think about, and another potential reason to delay this, the way you brought that up made me think. There are occasions where you might have a city-sponsored event, and you may not necessarily want all of the vendors for a city-sponsored event to have to sign up for individual itinerant vendor permit. Think, for example, Fall Fest. I don't know how many vendors there are that are going to be signing up to sell at Fall Fest. Do each and every one of them need to have an itinerant vendor permit when the entire event is kind of done in conjunction with the city itself, and they aren't actually going door to door? So I think some of those considerations might be reasons for us to examine a little bit more closely before we take a vote on this. And I can get together with staff and we can work up a map that would clearly identify where are the reasonable locations for this. I welcome your feedback into that, Mr. Karanzik. And then we can bring it back with those potential changes at a future date.
Sounds good.
Okay, so do we want to table this agenda?
I had a
Oh,
question.
excuse me.
My question was regarding the fees. Would it just be the fees to cover like the background check and someone to do the permit, or would there be any revenue generated from this permit?
Typically, when you set the fees, you do a little marginal administrative cost as well. So you'll set the fee at a minimum, what it costs us to do the service. And then sometimes we'll do like a 15% administrative on top of that that's adopted through the fee schedule.
Okay.
But it definitely wouldn't be like a huge moneymaker for us.
Yeah.
It's more about just make sure we're covering all of our expenses to administer this program.
Okay.
As
Yes,
a big picture item, Mr. Saldivar, fees can only be set to cover the cost of the service being provided.
Yes, sir.
If you set a fee higher to generate revenue, that's called a tax, and it has to be approved by the voters.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
However, there is if you're caught, there is a fine that can be assessed. I just wanted to speak on what was being mentioned earlier, because I know initially this was for door-to-door solicitation. So potentially in the revisions that come up, if we could have something defined as door-to-door solicitation, where they're selling their products, and then we're talking about a pop-up food truck or a pop-up stand of some sort. So maybe there's a time that if you're not mobile for more than 15 minutes, or I don't know how you would differentiate a food truck from somebody going door to door and looking at setting up this ordinance. Another thing I wanted to think about is, ice cream trucks go through the residential areas. So if we do something that's a moving vendor selling something, are we going to be prohibiting ice cream trucks during the summer to be driving around? And
Well, there's certain vendors that are exempt by nature after some of the Supreme Court rulings that have come down over the years. So what I was going to ask of the council, if you'll allow me to work with the city attorney and Chief Duarte, I've had I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but I've had to revisit the itinerant vendor ordinance at least 4 different cities and to go through that. And because there's things that, like, for instance, Schwann's, when Schwann's was going around the cities, they were exempt. They didn't have to have a permit. So you have to dig down and see who has to have those permits and who does not. And especially when it comes to door-to-door solicitation, the last 2 places I've been, we were very strict on them because they were the single worst offenders. And so we got to the point where they had to pay for the cost of the vest They had to wear a high visibility vest, and they had a little ID card that was just a quick little cheap thing. And they had to pay for that. If they did not have any of that on them and display it while they were soliciting, they were, number one, issued a citation. And if they were caught the second time, we called their boss and they had to leave the city for 24 hours and then come back. So there's some things that we could do there. And I'd like to bring this back to you at a later council meeting in the form of a workshop and share with you what we've come up with, some ordinances when we work together, and then how we implement that.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I'd like to see is something for the pop-up vendors where they're, and something for the solicitation, because that's what we have a real issue with, and in the neighborhoods, them going door to door. And then also to look at making sure there are exceptions for the ones that are allowed by law. And that's just what I'd like to see happen.
And generally speaking, anything that is done with your local churches, your schools, the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H, those are all written into the ordinance as being exempt. And so we don't mess with them.
Yeah,
And
don't mess with the Girl Scout cookies.
nope. And oh goodness, I forgot what I was going to
Oh,
say.
sorry.
But I think when we work together, we'll bring you a product that you'll be proud of, and we can get voted on and going.
Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, as far as the enforcement on city ordinances, as far as can you hear me? As far as the enforcement, it being a city ordinance, since our citations are being tried at JP2 in Hays County, they're not going to enforce those ordinances. Only traffic enforcement or like citations for us, not city ordinance. So we could write warnings, but I mean, we just don't want to write warnings all day long for every offense. So that's where it'd be nice that we had a municipal court in-house.
Right, that's what I was just going to mention. Once we get to the point of having a municipal court, then those ordinances, those fines that we impose, then they can be brought to the municipal court, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, a short-term solution for this is looking at contracting with another municipality, with the city of Kyle or with another municipal court, and then they can collect those particular ordinance fines on our behalf. But it's just like the chief here. Him and his officers can technically issue citations outside the city limits of Uhland. However, they have to go to the appropriate JP's office, and we have to send them there. And so, but anything in the city, we can send all that stuff to another city, another municipal court that would work with us. And that would be a short-term solution until we get things back up to speed and on your feet. And then you can reflect on how you want your municipal court to look from that point forward.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with no action being taken on this, and then just have the city attorney working with our interim chief administrator and bring it back to us.
Okay, agreement. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 8.5. Discussion of possible action updating city's personnel policy manual. This is Councilmember Mark Ronsick, and I'm going to ask a question. Can we combine it with agenda item 8.8?
Thank you.
Yes, okay, and
Yeah.
we're going to combine it with discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the city's personnel policy related to paid time off, PTO, and compensatory time. And that'll be Councilmember,
Do 8.9 as well, 'cause it's also a personal
and
policy.
8.9? Oh, yes, oh, yes. Okay, so that's 8.5, 8.8, and 8.9. That's right, they're all yours.
Mayor and council, as I've reviewed the policies over the last couple months, it's become increasingly clear to me that our policy has been pretty much outdated. And there's several areas that have created more problems than they've solved. And so rather than continuing to address one issue at a time, I think that it's definitely time for a comprehensive review of the entire personnel policy manual. I also want to emphasize, however, that this isn't just my opinion. As one council member, Mr. Brodowski has expressed kind of some similar concerns about the condition of the current manual and the challenges that it creates from an administrative standpoint. I've heard comments from our city attorney that I believe he thinks that there's portions that could be amended and updated. So that tells me that it's not just me identifying these problems, but it appears to be a broader recognition that our personnel policies deserve a good look. So we've identified concerns involving PTO, comp time, accountability for city-issued property, personnel files, other administrative procedures that either lack clarity or they don't adequately protect the city while still providing fair and consistent guidelines to our employees. One example of this would be situations where city-issued equipment wasn't returned after an employee's or official's service had ended. And so we don't have that equipment here, and there's other employees who need to use that equipment. For example, like a cell phone. So this isn't one isolated incident. It just highlights policy gaps that we really need to look at. So I would recommend probably using a well-managed Texas municipality such as the city of Dripping Springs and look at that as a benchmark while updating our policies and taking them in line with best practices. Some of the areas that I think that we need to look at, again, is going to be PTO. It's going to be comp time, return and accountability of city-issued equipment, personnel file procedures, employee onboarding and separation procedures, leave policies, performance evaluations, disciplinary procedures, and other administrative policies that affect the day-to-day operation. So with the support of the council, I'd like to ask to direct the staff and our legal counsel to begin the review and bring us some recommended revisions back for consideration. That's on the 8.5 part. What else were we combining? 8.7?
8.8 and 8.9.
Do we want to just chew that one off, or do you want me just to combine all of my sentiments about all of these items at one time?
May I interrupt right quick?
By all means.
If you were okay with the opportunity to allow me to do some work and bring you back some information, taking your direction and having had written multiple policies and procedures manuals and having to do with the accreditation program for law enforcement, if you would allow me, how quickly do you want to return draft or product? With everything else going on, considering we're in the middle of budget and all the special meetings.
I mean, yeah, that's a great question. This is, to me, it is an important housekeeping item because it's currently impacting us as it stands. So I would say as soon as possible would be good, while understanding that we have a lot on our plate.
Well, I don't want to overpromise. I mean, I would like to get it to you as soon as possible, but to get into every crook and cranny of what you're wanting to look for, and I think you deserve, it's probably going to take me through September to get everything touched.
Okay.
And that's utilizing TML's boilerplates, as well as some other municipal ordinances that I hang on to over the years.
Okay.
That are current, they're current, but they're from other cities that have, I've been allowed to have their stuff.
And I appreciate that. If I could add to the review while we're talking about certain personnel items,
Mhm.
if I may.
If you would like, you give me the particular highlights that you want, and I'll tack those first and
Okay.
dovetail them into anything that's peripheral to that.
Sure.
And then I can get into like the FMLA stuff and everything else if that's not part of it.
Yeah. So a lot of that is eliminating comp time for salaried employees would be something I would be interested in having a review on.
If I'm not mistaken, exempt employees are not eligible for overtime nor comp time forever. That's been on the
Correct.
books
And
with.
I just want to make sure that our policy reflects that.
So I can
Yeah,
answer that question.
absolutely. Go ahead, Hayden.
Yeah, so our employee policy treats comp time like PTO for exempt employees, so long that it has written approval. I see the face you're making. Yep.
Uh-oh.
So our
Yeah.
employee policy allows for comp time to be acquired with written approved from a supervisor, and it can only be carried as PTO essentially. It's not paid out upon separation. So there is some more nuances, but it is an outside the normal norms for exempt employees to even be able to carry comp time. But
I will echo also that this is a change that we need to clarify and put in your manual. I have many rural clients. It is not uncommon for small rural clients to treat salaried employees like their hourly employees when it comes to overtime, and they call it comp time instead of overtime.
Yeah.
But it creates a lot of difficulty, especially as the city begins to grow and get more sophisticated as you guys are. And I think I echo their concerns, and
Yeah.
I agree with you that it's time to clean that up in your manual and draw a hard line. Either an employee is salary or they are hourly.
Yes, sir. And just for the record, if I can just continue the other points of review, implement a 90-day introductory period before new employees begin accruing PTO would be something I would be interested in seeing. Establish an annual PTO schedule of 2 weeks for increasing 3 weeks after a designated period of service that council would determine if that was appropriate. Evaluate a use it or lose it PTO policy, or another approach that substantially limits carryover to reduce the long-term financial liabilities associated with accumulated leave balances. And lastly, to review approval procedures for extended PTO requests to ensure that they're consistent, transparent, and that they don't adversely affect city operations. So those would be the items that I would like to look at and review as part of that.
just to throw
exercise.
in some feedback on this. So a lot of those things are in there. So I would argue we have probably one of the most restrictive PTO policies of an employer in the region. So if you've only been here for 2 years, you only get to carry over, it's either 20 or 40 hours to the next year, or it gets bought out. So the law requires that employees can't just lose their PTO. So if it's use it or lose it, that means you're paying for it anyways. And then we already have a pretty segmented out accrual to where once you've been here for 1 to 2 years, it goes up from 40 hours to 80. And then once you've been here for more than 5, it goes to 120, and it caps at 180. And then how much you can retain year to year is also tied. So I would, as we look at this, I would also advise to look what our neighboring cities are doing, because what you don't want to do is become more non-competitive with neighboring jurisdictions. I mean, that you will struggle immensely trying to attract staff if the basic comp time, because again, our PTO, unlike most cities, is paid time off for sick leave and vacation. That is pretty atypical for city governments, because typically you have a sick leave and a vacation leave, and they're treated separately. So while we look at this, I would definitely advise to see what neighboring cities are doing, because as you do these policies, remember, they're borderline recruitment tactics to attract employees to our organization. You want to make sure you're not being more restricted than the closest city in a way, because you'll lose the competitive edge to attract good employees if they can get better benefits down the street.
Well, I could argue it the other way too. So my concern is that historically the city of Uhland, while we may have pretty restrictive PTO and comp times as you've suggested, it's come back to bite us more times than not. So that's the whole purpose of this exercise and this review that I'm requesting. And we can talk about it and make a determination and figure out what's going to work best for everybody. So, thank you.
I think having it in our personnel policy, the explanation of what is an exempt employee, what is a non-exempt employee, because then that will help alleviate some of those concerns about exempt employee accruing overtime or comp time or whatever it's been called. So maybe we just have a definition of that. I also know that we're in our budget process right now. And so it's going to be time consuming getting our budget done, getting our tax rate set, and starting a new fiscal year and working on all that. I do agree there are a lot of changes that need to be made to the personnel policy. I'm wondering if it would behoove us to send the interim city administrator an email, just a 1 through 10 or whatever of things that they would like addressed. The city administrator can then present us with a draft version and, potentially in like 2 months to give the interim city administrator time to work this out and make sure that we're following all the laws. Because I know for me personally, I think we're too small staffed to be required to have FMLA, but being a city office, is it a requirement? So those are one of the things that I would like to make sure that we address. And I also agree with a lot that was mentioned earlier, but instead of me sitting here for a half hour and telling you I like this, this, and this, to be looked at, would it benefit us to just email him and our areas of concern?
I don't want to speak for Brian, but I'm sure he would welcome any feedback that you guys share with him. Here's the caution that I want to urge to all council members. It is never advisable to address a personnel issue with a policy change. And I know that right now, a lot of the thoughts that are on minds about we need to change this policy, it's been said at the table already, it's because we've been burned on this, or because we've seen this happen, or because of these specific incidences. What I would recommend to you, perhaps instead of you each providing your own individual direction to the city administrator, is to allow him to bring back a professional product that matches what he believes is best practices in the industry. And then you guys can review it and make decisions that you think are appropriate for your local community based on that.
That's fair.
If you give him the clean slate to bring back something, I think you're going to arrive at a document that reflects best practices as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just anecdotally speaking, having been here now for 6 months, some of the biggest problems that we're facing is just non-adherence to the policies we already had in writing. So a lot of the problems that we have is not that the policy was bad, it's just that it was not being followed at all. And so you can have as many policies as you want, but if they're not being followed, it doesn't matter what you put on paper. Someone has to be enforcing what we've all agreed to as the policy of the organization. So I do agree with that sentiment that this wheel has been invented by every city likely, and there is a very good personnel policy out there. I can tell you ours is 58 pages, and it's got way too much stuff in it for a city of our size. So that I agree with that sentiment that out there is a city that has done this already, and it's already great. Let it come to you guys, and then nitpick that a little further and make it Uhland specific.
And just so you know, I took note of the Dripping Springs. And
Yeah.
so I'll look them up and see what they have, or I'll reach out to their CM or who else they have over there to
Thank
help
you.
us out with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
What other items are we?
You
Compiling
had
together.
these three, 8.5, 8.8, and 8.9.
5.
8.9 is the
Okay. 8.8 we just did.
Mhm.
8.9. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the work schedule. So on the work schedule, I brought this item forward because I think that the residents deserve a city hall that's open and that's accessible and available to serve them through a standard work week. 68.3% of employed Americans work Monday through Friday. I've heard concerns from residents that have had difficulty reaching City Hall, getting somebody to answer a phone, finding the office open when they needed assistance. And while I definitely understand that there's certainly some operational challenges, I think that we should be customer centric and a little more customer service focused. So in my opinion, I would say a 5-day work week should be the standard for City Hall so that residents shouldn't have to wonder whether somebody's going to be available to answer their questions or whether they can pull a permit or whether they can pay a bill or whatever the case may be. I think that our taxpayers expect and deserve reliable access to their local government, and I just don't feel like we're doing that right now. So that's the reason behind this one.
I would like to ask, what hours are the office physically open where somebody can come in the front door? What hours are we right now?
Sure, it's 8 to 5. And typically, as Mayor's been here, she knows now what the last 30 minutes of the day looks like to shut down the front office. So staff gets here around 7-ish to start setting their day up and then get the day going because you have to get the cash drawer ready. So it's important to note that there's a lot of setup every day for the city just to start doing things. Get the cash drawer unlocked, get the safe opened up, get the computers all ready to go, get the softwares ready to go. So by 8, we are business ready for people to come in. One thing that I definitely want to I've harped on this in the past, and as I depart, I want to make sure I'm advocating again for it. For a city of our size and our risks to our employees in terms of benefits we offer, a 4-day work week is free for the taxpayers. Now, I can tell you the lack of phone calls being answered and the lack of service is less about the 4-day work week and more about the staffing constraints we've had over the last few weeks. If there's no one here to answer the phone, if you're open 5 days a week, there's still no one there to answer that phone. So one of the things that I've always advocated for is if you can offer flexible work schedules to your employees that give them the ability to have some type of benefit that doesn't cost us anything. Because to be closed on a Friday costs taxpayers $0. But it does allow us to try to recruit and attract people who want a 3-day work week. So
a 3-day?
Or three-day weekend. Sorry, 3-day weekend. So by being closed on Fridays, your employees have 3-day weekends every week, which is a great incentive for people to want to come to work for us because, like you said, 68% of the other employers aren't doing that. Yeah. So if we're not doing great benefits with our retirement and our health insurance, here is a free cost to our taxpayers to allow people to want to work for us for that benefit. Now, there's a lot of options to slice this. You can flip work schedules to where some people are off on Mondays and some are off on Fridays, but you can't do that without staff. So if we're short-staffed, you can't do off and on schedules when there's no one here to even do those roles to begin with. But that is one thing I'd advocate for is a lot of city governments are doing flexible work schedules. Some are doing 7:30 to 5:30 with half days on Fridays. Any way to be competitive, again, with your neighboring jurisdiction and then with the private sector who's likely taking these employees as well. As I depart, that is my one advocacy for that is it is a massive recruitment ability to tell someone that they have a 3-day weekend every week and that it's a huge benefit.
If I can redirect back to my original question.
Sure.
What hours do the employees work right now?
7 to 5. It's 4 10s.
7 to 5. So what about a lunch hour?
So that is something that was discovered when I first started here is they're working through lunch and eating lunch here. So they are getting what would be considered a paid lunch break through the extra hour. So while they are here, they are free to not work that hour, but a lot of them eat in the office during that time period.
But they can also leave to go get lunch during that hour?
Yeah, sometimes they leave and go grab something and come back.
Okay, so they're clocked in when they leave in a personal vehicle to go grab food. And I don't know if this could be a legal question, but if they're in a vehicle accident, they're on the clock.
I have to direct that to, if you're not leaving for a work purpose, you're leaving for personal purposes, I don't know that you're liable for that.
But I think something in our personnel policy or something needs to be addressed about that because I have a major concern with that if they're driving around while clocked in, if their accident could be work comp, even though it's not a work-related duty, they're still on the clock. So
Sure.
I'm just mentioning things that need to be looked at and addressed. The fact that they're working 10 hours and we're paying for their lunch. But you said they come in it's 7 to 5. You said they come in at 7, but they don't open the doors till 8?
Sure, yep.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to stop in on their way to work, the door hours are from 8 to 5?
Yep, and they're posted that way on the wall.
Okay, but I thought that I read something about, when I called one time, it said the doors close at 4, but we answer the phones till 5.
Yes.
So which is it? The doors are open till 5 or the doors are open till
So
4?
as I said earlier, someone can't come into City Hall, but they can call between 4 and 5. And the reason why you don't want someone coming into the front desk is because there is a lot of tear down every single day to get the cash drawer accounted for. Every dollar, every penny has to be accounted for. So the reason why you do that is you have a hard stop on when someone can come in to allow staff to do those breakdowns.
Okay,
Because what happens is if people keep coming in until 5, now you're paying a clerk to stay here an extra hour to that tear down. Now you're paying overtime. So to save money, you just limit the exposure to make sure that they have the time in that last hour. It could be 30 minutes if it needs to be. But from my experience, so much dollars and cents comes through in the process that has to go into it. Just 4 to 5 stopping payments is the easiest option.
okay, so the doors are open 8 to 4. We're paying them for 10 hours, so we're paying them through their lunch hour. If a resident needed to come in to fill out a form, drop off something, talk to somebody, to come in person, they have to take off work to come in. Even though we're open in 10 hours, we're not open from 7 to like 6 p.m. with an hour lunch break. That gives them a 10-hour work day. So I don't think 4 hours a week is a benefit to the public, because they still can't come in and get what services they need. And again, I'm concerned about paying through the lunch hour and them traveling and doing all of that. And if they're coming in at 7 and working till 5, I'm just concerned that we're paying them. Are they clocking in? And if they only work 9.5 hours, we're only paying them 9.5
That
hours?
is 100% correct. If you're not a salaried employee, you show up at 8 o'clock, you don't get paid for the first hour you weren't here. And
Okay, so that at least is a
the
good
only
thing.
salaried employees in the entire city is our public works supervisor, myself, our city secretary, and our police chief. Everybody
Okay.
else is hourly.
Okay. So I think this is something that definitely needs to be looked at. If we have a 4-day work week, we need to make it be a benefit for the property owners to come in. And I understand about the tear down and the open up. I will tell you, in the governmental office I worked at before, we took in millions of dollars. And we had the cashiers up there, and there would be 4 cashiers working and running and posting payments and everything like that. And we had them closing out and rotating to where during the busiest time, just to close out, they might get a half hour of overtime or something, but it wasn't a daily thing. And I can't imagine, especially when I saw the mayor's list of how many payments were delinquent on our trash bill, I can't imagine that we're having 50 people walk in the door between 4 and 5 to make a trash payment. I mean,
So no one's coming at that point because the public is very well known. Most people know we're closed on Fridays, because when I first started here, I had us do inventories of voicemails and checking the cameras to see who came on Fridays. Over a 5-week period, we had 2 voicemails and 2 people came in on a Friday. Because again, when you've done this now for almost 2 years, and keep in mind, 2 years ago, they switched back to this, and it was 410s before that. So this is not a new concept for the community. So
Right.
this is where you run into problems if you keep going back and forth between 5 days and 4 days. And then one point I want to answer, if we do straight 8 to 5, to the point that Mark made, everybody else works 8 to 5.
No,
So you,
and I
didn't, so you don't
understand
solve the
that.
problem of people can't coming here because they're already working 8 to 5 elsewhere.
I understand that. And that's why my point that I was getting to is if you believe it's such a benefit to have a 4-day work week, which I can see that that's potentially a benefit, let's make it an actual 4-day work week and the employees are here from 7 to 6 with a half hour, an hour lunch. You know, of course, they can take their breaks as whatever the policy allows. Their breaks are paid as long as they don't leave the property. But they can take an hour lunch that's not paid, and then now they get the benefit of having a 4-day work week, but the public gets the benefit of, oh, I can run in there and drop this off or do whatever before work, or I can come in there right after work because they're open until 6 p.m. So that would be my recommendation is if it's a 4-day work week, let's make it an actual 4-day work week.
With a scheduled lunch. That's what you're
With
saying.
scheduling
Yeah.
in lunch so that we're not paying them during their lunch, because I just have legal concerns about that all the way around, that they're going to be driving around while clocked in. So that just like has me
Excuse me,
really
Mayor,
concerned. So,
Council.
yeah.
This would be another part of the work product that we've already talked about us doing and bringing you back a clean work product, professional work product. So this would be addressed in the revision that we would be bringing back to you.
Right. But
And that way you would have, we'll give you variations by which to look at, and then we can go from there.
that would be fine. I just want to make sure, since one council person was saying they want a 5-day work week,
Right.
I wanted to make sure that we also have the option of a 4-day work week, but an actual 4-day work
I
week.
assure you, by the time you get through looking at the work schedules that I throw at you, you're probably going to wish none of us had asked this question. But because I've had to deal with all kinds of different 12s and 8s and 10s and 9s and, you know, how many people do we need for minimum coverage and all that. So I assure you, we can bring you back some many choices to choose from, and I think we'll find one for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I also wanted to add something that I agree that we should have more hours available for the customers. I have been working there for the last 3 weeks, and I hear different things from different customers. Some of them still don't know that we're closed on Friday and show up on Friday. At least that's what they tell me. And so we should have more hours available for the customers so that we don't miss those payments, because then they're going to leave and go spend that money, and then they forget about the trash bill. And for the record, the trash bill has been updated, and now it's down to, what was that number, Anna? 60,000. So it's down to 60,000 because there's a lot of old accounts or people that have moved and didn't tell us, or we have returned mail. So we're also having to clean that up. So yes, we should revisit this as well. Is there any other questions from council? Anyone else?
I had a question. In regards to the city hall hours changing, the biggest thing I hear is the trash pickup. Could you tell me exactly how the trash pickup works, the hours, and I guess who's here, and just the process of how it
Are you
works?
talking about pickup at their house or pickup here?
I'm sorry, dumpster.
The dumpster.
Mhm.
So the dumpster's open Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the reasoning why is our contract with Waste Connections has a select amount of how many they'll do throughout the year. So what we've done is, if it was open 5 days a week or 4 days a week, whatever you guys decide on for office hours, the thing fills up in the first hour of every single time, every day it's open. So Tuesday and Thursday, it's likely full before 9 o'clock. People are usually here first thing in the morning with trailers of stuff to start putting into the trash can. So the reason why you limit it is because if it's open Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday, some of those days it's going to be just completely full. So what we've done is the day it's open is the day after it gets serviced. So it gets emptied on Monday, Tuesday it's open. Gets emptied on Wednesday, open on Thursday. And that's kind of how we did the process, because if you didn't do staggered like that, it would just fill up and then no one can use it until it gets serviced the next day anyways. And then I don't know if you guys have seen how that thing gets picked up. They have to drop off one in the parking lot, back up, pull the old one out, grab the new one, back the new one in, then grab the old one. What you don't want is a lot of cars in the parking lot for this person to try to avoid.
Okay.
So by doing the staggered, it just allows for it to be more, it's actually more accessible during those time periods and doing open every day. And then in the horizons is the trash RFQ. That is a huge benefit to our community. That's usually not typical for most trash service providers. So that is something that we should make sure we're still vying for, because typically they want to just bulky pickup once a quarter in front of someone's house. Our residents can come here and drop things off anytime, Tuesday and Thursday. So that is a huge benefit for our community.
And then with the dumpster, like how do we verify that they're a resident? Are we checking
Sure.
IDs?
Yep. So when they come in, they check in at the front desk.
Okay.
We verify their trash account is up to date. So if someone comes with their ID, we'll pull up their trash account. If they owe us $100, they are not allowed to use that trash can, have it unlocked, or service it unless their account is up to date. There was a little period there when there was no one to work the front desk where we were just verifying they lived here through their ID. But now that we're on the new system, it's a lot easier for us to be able to verify their balances on their account.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
I would like to say, though, that I think that the bulk pickup is probably more advantageous than 2 days a week that this is open, that people who may or may not have trailers to haul stuff up or trucks. I would like for us to consider that in the future when we're looking at our trash options.
I can tell you they would prefer also not to have this. So if that's something you guys would prefer through the trash RFQ, they would also not like to service this like they do, because it is a loser for them actually in terms of gas mileage and then having to pick up. It's non-diverted trash, so it is a random slew of things in there. And so their preference actually is to do quarterly pickups or monthly pickups from people's front yards, just so you guys know.
So we could do that in lieu of.
Yep. So when you do the next trash contract, you could just turn this into bulky pickup from the front yard. But again, you'll find that if you are able to bring something here, this is a much better deal for a lot of residents, but not all, because again, like you said, if you don't have a trailer or a pickup truck, you're having to then stuff it in your car and drive it over here. So there is benefits to both sides, but I can tell you as a trash provider, they would probably much rather just do it in people's front yards because they're already driving that cycle anyways.
If I may, right quick, is that your current provider is my provider now. And what they do is they offer so many community cleanups a year. And what they'll do is they'll bring and station those in strategic places throughout the community. And as they're filled up, they'll rotate them out. And there's an opportunity with a gentleman that has a local business. He came and visited with us today.
Oh yeah, Heritage.
And I think he said he talked to you.
Yeah, Heritage.
And so his willingness to provide a public service on those, for those occasions, I think would come into, but what I'm getting at is that we do have bulk pickup. And when they say bulk pickup, it doesn't make any difference if it's limbs, recliners, mattresses, chest of drawers. I mean, I've seen them take a dresser and shove it down the throat of one of their trucks.
Oh yeah.
And
I think that, and we've had discussions about strategic dump places and rotations and things like that. I will continue to advocate for the bulk pickup at the homes, because I think it's going to eliminate a lot of the mattresses and the dump stuff that we see on the sides of the road, because they don't have a truck or a trailer. They put it on the top of their car, or they put it in their trunk and then they throw it out the side. So, but that's another conversation for another night.
I do want to add that the subject had come up before last year about putting dumpsters in different areas of town. And that it sounds good, but it may not be ideal, because then you have construction workers using it. You have people putting trash, and if it's smelly or depending what's in it, you have birds, you have animals going on it. I know, because when I first moved into my home, there was 2 dumpsters by my home, and people were throwing everything. They were overflowing. They weren't picking them up in time. I was having to call and say, hey, this stuff is all over the ground. You need to come get your dumpster and empty it. So I like the idea of having it here. It used to be 5 days a week, and it was working well until someone decided that they wanted to just do it once a week. And so council voted for 2 times a week, because then you will have people dumping stuff everywhere. And, or if we do the bulk pickup at their homes, that would be ideal as well. So that's what I want to share. Is there any other questions?
As a reminder, this was an hours of operation conversation. So we were talking about hours of operation, not trash, just so everyone knows. So to get off this one a little quicker.
Yeah. Okay, so we've given a directive to Mr. Frida for the 8.5, 8.8, 8.9. So he'll come up with a plan and he'll present it to us. Thank you so much. So no action. And then your best friend, Mr. Gush. All right, and so then we don't take any action on these. Okay, so the next agenda item is 8.6. Discussion and possible action to appoint individual to fill vacancy for EDC position, place 2, place 5, and place 7. And you should have gotten your candidates. I have 3. And so do we have any?
We do have public comment for this one.
Oh,
Y'all
excuse me.
y'all can look through the application, just so you guys know. This applicant did apply back in June. I had missed it through the email boxes, and so it should have been brought to you guys sooner, so that's my fault. No one else has applied since the original meetings we've had on this, so I didn't bring the old ones back because y'all didn't want those people on previously. So this is the only one you have not seen before. Again, I think there's still quorum with this. I'll have to ask Soraya if you only fill one more person. It's places 1, 2, 3. Who else is off now?
We have,
You have 2 vacancies if
We
you want
have-
to fill one more spot. So you have quorum still.
Yeah,
no, it's 3.
there's a total of 3
Yeah.
missing.
vacancies.
But if you were to fill one tonight, you'd only have 2, so you would have a quorum to be able to still meet.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Got it. So we can fill one today?
We have not received any new candidates that you have not already seen other than this one. And so we could go back to those other ones, but the previous candidates have been through 4 of these meetings. So I think y'all didn't choose them through the first 4 times. I don't know if you're interested, but we can definitely bring them back to you guys. It's just, there's been no one new that's applied. So
Councilmember Esposito had asked if, last time he was here, if we need to fill all the positions, and you said no. So we waited because we thought we'll get more applicants.
it's still on the website. It's still on the little banner up top to say that you can make a difference in the city of Uhland, apply for your the boards. So I imagine where this goes is y'all will have to start talking to your friends to see who's interested. I know we've had a couple people come by who are interested. They might show up in the near future. So people have been coming by and taking applications. It's just once you get like the first wave of people on the board, these last few spots become the hardest because everyone who wanted to be on has already applied. Now you're gonna have to try to find more people who are interested.
I wanted to add, I had a conversation with Victoria. She's my neighbor. And she had put in an application. And I believe, well, last time I spoke with her before the last meeting where we discussed this, she had said, I believe that she might not have been interested. But then after the meeting, she quickly messaged me back. And she's like, hey, I think our last conversation, you misunderstood me. I'm definitely still interested. And
That was Victoria Reyes Dobney.
Victoria Razo Dobney.
Yep, perfect. Yep. So y'all saw that one. I think that was 4 application meetings ago. Y'all were interested, but then she told Alex that she was no longer interested. So that is another candidate for you guys. You guys have seen as a group before in the past.
Mhm.
I'm pretty
you'd
sure
like-
that we have 2 people for sure that are interested in
believe
doing
that's-
this that we could appoint tonight if we wanted to.
Of course,
So do we have a public comment on this?
we do. We have Michelle Wolf.
Michelle Wolf. I am the president of the EDC, and I wanted to just speak for a few minutes about it. We currently have 4 council members at this time. I have some concerns as far as I understand, and I know what the law is that council chooses who will be on the EDC. My thing is that, I think that the EDC should also have a voice in who is going to be on the EDC. I mean, if we're all going to work together, what qualifications works with this, or, personalities, or, how are we all going to work together? When you put a lot of different personalities that can work really well together. I mean, I work well with just about anybody. That's, not the issue at all. My concern is, social media. And some of the issues that have gone on over time. And I feel like, look, if we're going to bring people, businesses to this town, the things that are going on right now is, I think, can potentially make it very challenging, because they're still bickering and fighting amongst ourselves. And how can I go to somebody and say, hey, I'd like you to come to my town and bring your business? And then they go and search, and there's a big laundry list of this constant fighting. And, I just feel like there have been some comments, that two in particular, that have really bothered me quite a bit. And, I just have concerns, and I just think that being on the EDC, that the council members should have a voice in who is on that board. When I was reading over basically Uhland's ordinances about, public comments and that kind of thing, and I know that, we all have the right to speak and not be censored, but there is a level of decorum that should and is stated in policies and ordinances that should be followed and that are not being followed. I can't bring people in because of that. I mean, not because of it, but in portion of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Nope, that was the only one.
The only one for 8.6,
Just for
okay.
8.6, yep.
I'd like to make a nomination and nominate Victoria Razos Dobney.
Okay, we have a motion,
Second.
second from Councilmember Saldivar. Councilmember Lapointe,
For clarification, for which place is this?
for place 2.
Was that your motion for Victoria for
For place
place 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Gorancic,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, 8.7.
Were you
Were there
going
any
to
other
consider
motions?
another person?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to fill all the positions?
I mean, we can, if somebody wants to nominate.
So y'all did get a different application tonight. So the Victoria one was one that was from 3 or 4 meetings ago that was not interested. Now they're interested again.
Okay,
And then you have the new one that I gave you guys this afternoon, and then no other new ones to consider.
okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint to place 7 or place 5, Yolanda Tobias Romo to the EDC.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it as well.
Okay, we have a second from Pineda. Councilmember Lapointe?
Just point of order, I was just looking to see if I had that application, and I,
It was a new one. They
Do
just
you
gave
want
it to
mine?
you.
no, that's
Okay.
fine.
There you go.
For Yolanda? Thank you. Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Guaransek,
I'm going to recuse.
okay, and then Councilmember Saldivar,
Aye.
okay, and motion carries. Okay, do we have any nominations for place 7? Maybe we can wait for more applicants. It's posted on the website, right?
It is. And just point of clarification, there is nobody new to consider. So everyone who's been through the previous renditions is the same groups before. So you could table this for place 7 and wait for more applications. And my advice is you'll all know people who are interested. Just ask them to apply. You'll know somebody who wants to be on the board. So just send them to the website to get an application.
Okay. So we're going to table place 7 for EDC. All right. Well, we can now move on to agenda item 8.7, discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the city's meeting and agenda policy to establish procedures for agenda preparation and agenda item submission during periods when the city administrator position is vacant or otherwise unavailable. Councilmember Bronson.
Mayor, Council, this agenda item was initially brought forward because during a period when we didn't think that we were going to have a city administrator and that the position was going to be vacant, I had some concerns about how agenda items were going to be processed and whether properly submitted council agenda items could be delayed or prevented from reaching council. I also wanted just to ensure that there was a clear process for preparing the agendas and timely postings with them to the city's websites and other public communication channels. We've had some challenges with that as of lately with broken links or whatever the story is. But now that we've appointed interim city administrator, I think most of these items are probably moot points. But I still think it's probably worth discussing whether our policy should clearly define the process during any future vacancies. If in the event we no longer have a city administrator or that position is vacant for whatever reason, what that process would look like. And maybe Thomas can help us. I don't know, but that was kind of my thought on this agenda item.
And I agree with you for the future turnover, what our actions would be. I think that we should look at a personnel policy change or not the meetings and agenda policy, because that's just directly related to the council. But I would agree that we need to have something, some kind of turnover policy under the city administrator's job description or something. Yes, something needs to be developed. I'm just not sure that the meetings and agenda policy should be where we address how a turnover is accomplished. Just my thought.
Again, this doesn't come under the personnel policy issue, but this is just kind of a procedural thing of how we would operate, is that the most technical aspect of it, the agenda and related items fall on the responsibility of the city secretary's office. And so in working conjunction with the city secretary, that's always your redundancy. It comes through the city manager, and we kind of determine what goes consent decree. We don't want that. We don't want a consent decree.
Hayden, I'm sorry, but can he move that mic a little bit closer? Because we have this AC right behind us. It's still kind of hard to hear. Thank you.
But what I'm getting at is that the primary responsibility surrounding the agenda and all things related to it, the minutes and everything else falls into the realm of the city secretary. But what they work together in determining what goes this meeting, what goes next meeting, and we run it by the mayor and she sets up what she wants her meeting to look like. But in that vein is that you have your redundancy already built in, is that the city manager kind of orchestrates what goes consent, what goes for action, what goes into workshop, and then we play that shuffle game of putting things from workshop into, oh, this is just going to be a throw to them vote, so it's going to go to consent, or there's going to be a legitimate discussion, it'll come over here for possible action. And so the city secretary and I will play that game and take care of that. And if for some reason I were to be out of pocket or something comes up where y'all wanted to have something looked at for the agenda, she can take that, or whoever you ends up having as a city secretary, works in conjunction with the city administrator to make those flow.
Just for clarification purposes, though, like, just for an example, and I'm not talking about Mayor Garza right now, but generally speaking, because we've had challenges with this in the past.
Okay.
So I'm just asking for clarification. The mayor could not unilaterally make a decision that a certain agenda item would not be able to be posted. Is that correct?
So that entirely depends on your meeting agenda policy. So in a lot of cities, there is a lot of unilateral control for a mayor to set the policies. So unless the body votes to put on the agenda, the mayor could remove things from the agenda based on your policy you set in place. Our policy, I don't believe, has that anymore. So now I think any individual council member can put things on the agenda to move forward. So it depends on what's been adopted. In our situation, it's not the case. You can put anything on the agenda.
So that's how I read it. I just wanted to make sure that I was perfectly clear on the definition of that. So thank you.
The only thing that might come into play is that while something would be bumped from this agenda to the next meeting's agenda is because it gets so overloaded, and we want to value everybody's personal time and free time.
Sure.
That, is this really ready to go, and can we possibly squeeze it in with something similar to it in another meeting and bump it to a next agenda?
Thank you.
To kind of continue what Mark was saying, in the past, but as my time as a citizen, there was issues that I had, I guess, brought to the attention of council and everyone, council, secretary, and city attorney, kind of CC'd them all in. And it was it was a concern that was shared amongst other council members. And I guess the result of that was that the agenda item wasn't able to be added. I don't know exactly the reasonings, if it was up to the discretion of the mayor or the city attorney said it wasn't added, but the latest I had got as a citizen was that I would be told an update as to why this agenda wouldn't be added or wouldn't be discussed by, I guess, like the city attorney would contact me as soon as he reviewed all this stuff. Never received that update. And as a council member now, if a citizen was to come with me with a concern, I wouldn't want that same concern, just as in the situation that I had and the council member shared that concern, I wouldn't want it to not be addressed and for us to just not receive that answer. And even to this day, not only have I not received an answer, but the things that I've learned just going to my trainings and looking back, I'd have to say it was didn't seem right. Didn't seem like everything was right. And I don't know if that could be included in the project that got you kind of going to come back to the council if you had any policy changes or recommendations or.
So I can answer the first part. Like, I wasn't here when that happened. However, I can tell you each council kind of has their own flavor in how they do agenda policy setting. So sometimes I can tell you, if a citizen comes to a council person to put on the agenda, it's up to the council to put on the agenda.
Okay.
Then your agenda policy dictates how then it gets added to the agenda, whether it requires 2 members of the body or individual members. The process has substantially changed since I've been here. So I think was it March or April, Mary, when we did the agenda meetings and policy changes?
Well, that's what I was going to speak to, if I may.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I was a member of the council and had previous legal representation for the city, refused to put my requested agenda item on the city council agenda. I had other agenda items that did not make it onto the agenda through staffing, mayor, whatever. I'm not sure whose final decision that was. Having experienced that, when we changed the last change we made to our meetings and agenda policy, we changed it so the city council members, each individual one, has a voice that they can request an item go on the agenda. We don't need a second from a different city, from another council member, and we don't need the approval of the mayor or the city administrator or the law firm.
Okay.
We don't need their approval. We can have it on the agenda to discuss, and then we can get direction from them or give direction to them
Okay.
as to what we want to do with that agenda item. It has changed since those
I
circumstances.
think I might have
They
missed that
occurred to
reading.
me.
I appreciate it. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for
I
the
can tell you
update.
the only thing that did carry over is legal can weigh in on the wording of agenda items.
Yes.
Because while we do want y'all to have as much freedom to put anything on the agenda as you guys please, it is still the job of the administrator and legal to make sure you're not going to get the city in legal trouble by putting something on the agenda, right? So there is still that layer of protection, but however, to Mary's point, any and everything has been on the agenda over the last 5 months, just to make sure there is that level of transparency. Because again, every council has their own way of doing this. Some are very, very restrictive and some are very open. There is no wrong way. It's just how the body decides as this group to do it. This group has decided that we're going to put a lot of things on the agenda. That's okay.
I want to say I appreciate it because I wouldn't want to, even if I didn't like what you guys wanted to put on the agenda, I don't think I would deserve any type of power to say that it's not on there. So I think that's a good policy that you guys enacted.
Thank you. Yes, I was very happy we were able to get that passed too, because we're all, and this is a point that I made, we're all voted into office as individuals. So as an individual, we should each have our own voice, and using that voice to put items on the agenda. And we might not all agree, but we're respectful of each other and we will listen to each other's opinions.
Thank you.
Any other comments? So do we need any action on this agenda item? No, okay. Okay, so then we're going to move on to agenda item 8.10, discussion and possible action regarding the city's depository banking controls, authorized account signatories, internal financial control procedures, and direction to conduct a review of the circumstances surrounding former City Administrator Karen Gallagher's continued association with city banking accounts following separation from employment. Councilmember Goransik.
Yeah, so I brought this item forward because
Oh.
We did public comment, sorry.
Excuse. Yes.
Can you clarify, you have a public comment for which item?
8.7,
We do have a register for 8.7 and 8.10.
yeah, 8.7.
this is 8.10.
Man, I should have went earlier. But council,
My mistake, I missed that in the last one, 8.7. Sorry about that.
good evening, council, mayor. You know, I like what the EDC president said. She did speak about social media. And it is toxic. It is, it really is. I'm saddened. I'm saddened to see you go, Hayden, really. I remember I was here that night when they were negotiating for you to come on board. 5 months is, a short time. And, my wife fought for you to come on. Mark didn't want you on. He didn't want you on. Alex was part of that bandwagon. But I'm glad that, you proved him wrong. And you proved that you brought value to the city and you brought it to where it is today. Yeah, I mean, Mark, when, for a year and a half, he spoke about cutting employees' pay, bringing in part-timers. And it's not a coincidence that they left, because that was the environment that you brought with you when you came. You don't take accountability. And why would they want to stay? Why would they? So now we're in a position to where we're dealing with staffing issues. So my hope is that the city council lets go of that toxicity. And I've been in management for a lot of years. You know, I've owned a couple of businesses. And part of leadership is being accountable, you know, and holding yourself to a standard.
Mr.
I believe in
Contreras,
servant
I'm
leadership.
sorry, Mr. Contreras, right?
It is.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if you could direct your comments to the agenda item that's being discussed, which has to do with authorized signatories on bank accounts.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
that was 8.7 for Hayden.
8.10 has to do with authorized signatories.
Yeah, no, I had a public comment for 8.7 and 8.10. Yeah, Karen Gallagher, I can speak on that too.
That one was, 8.7 was the meeting and agenda policy, not social media.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's with the CDC president, and I was just making a point. I appreciate it. But that's all I had to say. You know, I just hope that you guys do better. And that way you do have city employees that want to come and stay. And that's the kind of culture that you guys are going to be. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. 8.10. So I already read it, and that's
Yeah,
council member.
I'm not sure exactly what that was right there, but for the record, I'd just like to say that never once did I say that you shouldn't come be our city administrator. So I just wanted to put that out there. In terms of the agenda item that we're on, though, I brought this item forward because I think that we've got a serious potential breakdown in the city's banking controls. So when a city administrator, a mayor, a council member, an employee, or other authorized person leaves city service, their access to city bank accounts, online banking cards, credit cards, PINs, passwords, and signature authority, they should be removed immediately. There should be no period in which a former official or former employee remains associated with the city's financial accounts. So I have concerns that the former city administrator, Karen Gallagher's name, has remained associated with city banking activity after her separation, including transfers that may have continued to reflect her name or credentials. I also have heard concerns that former city officials still may be remaining on the bank accounts. I hope that's not the case, but I'm not making any criminal determination tonight, but this is way too serious to just be a clerical mistake, in my opinion.
I can answer a few of those things. As for who is a bank signatory today, well, actually, after the resolution you guys passed during consent was to remove me from the bank. So the next step is the city must send that resolution to the bank to remove me, and then I'm off the bank. So currently, the bank signatories was myself, the mayor, and Mark. And to answer Mark's point, there was a catastrophic breakdown on how this is supposed to operate. So I went back and found the resolution. So Karen was removed from office 1/22/25 and was not removed from the bank until March 5th, 2026. That should never happen. So the appropriate steps is what happened today, which was when you know the last day is approaching, you immediately put on the agenda to remove people from the bank to make sure there is no overlap. So this is another example of there's a policy and procedure that should happen and it didn't happen, and it should happen moving forward with the appropriate staff here to handle those things. In terms of who's on other bank accounts, the Techstar account needs to be looked at. We need to make sure we're addressing that one. That one is currently up in the air. We're trying to figure out who can even get controls to that because nobody.
So I'm told that former Mayor Lacey Duke put herself on the Techstar account without the authorization of council back in 2025.
I can't answer that one.
Techstar is the one for the EDC, correct?
They both have Techstar accounts.
Okay.
So if I may finish, what I'd like to see is establish exactly what's occurred with who's initiated transactions, who's approved them, what credentials or PINs were used, and whether or not every transfer complied with city policy and council authorization. I'd like for Thomas to advise council on the appropriate scope of an independent review and whether any findings should be referred to the bank, the city auditor, law enforcement, or any other appropriate agency. Our policies, they have to require immediate removal, and I'm guessing they do. We just didn't follow through them, according to what you're saying, Hayden. But records that I would specifically request would be a review that should cover January of 2024 to present. And it should include every city bank account and the authorized signers during those periods, dates on which Karen Gallagher and all her former officials were added or removed, complete transactions or transfer logs, the identity shown as initiating each of the electronic transfers, the person who reviewed or approved each transfer, user IDs, device logs, IP logs, authentication records available for the bank, any use of PINs, tokens, cards, passwords, or security credentials assigned to former personnel, signature cards, account maintenance forms, and online banking authorization records, council resolutions or other authority supporting the signer and the transfer that was approved, any changes to account permissions made after the person's separation, and the city's current written procedures for reconciliation and dual approval. And with that, that's what I'm looking for. And so I'm going to throw the ball back into our attorney's court and ask for what your advice would be.
Thank you. Mr. Gronzik, what you're describing would loosely be described as a forensic audit of the city's financial practices. I believe you said from the period of January 2024
Yes.
through the current date.
Right.
And that would involve bringing in an outside accounting firm, most likely, or auditing firm for the purpose of doing that. If that is the will of council, I recommend that be proposed in the form of a motion so that all of council has an opportunity to vote on that, because it would likely be a significant expenditure. And if you are directing me to bring back a recommendation, that's what I'm anticipating your motion would be. I would do a very cursory review of the existing situation and bring back to you a recommendation of the name of one or more accounting firms who could be responsible for doing that, along with some proposed pricing models. That is not a full review that a lawyer, probably not any lawyer, but certainly not one without a specific financial background, should undertake. And so I would be advising that you hire someone other than me to do that.
I appreciate that. I have somewhat of an understanding of the cost involved with a forensic analysis because we've done them before in the past. I'm hoping that this one wouldn't be quite as significant. So if council chooses to move forward and direct you to bring us back some proposals in regards to what that would look like, as you research it, I believe that the transactions are probably somewhat limited compared to what we looked at in our prior forensic audit. So I'm hoping that the cost differential will be significant on that.
Absolutely. And the former forensic analysis that you're talking about, I think was looking at some very targeted issues.
Right.
And probably wasn't as broad as what you're describing tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in because I was wondering, would this be very similar as like the audit of the past couple years as well? Or this is like just more specific to based on like those accounts?
This would be a little different because an audit just verifies previous year's expenses, make sure you're following protocol. This forensic audit would then go make sure that you have policies in place and then try to figure out how those policies might not have been followed in individual circumstances. So what it would be is you'd go in, find a transaction, then you'd reverse engineer the policies that would have been in place to see if it was done nefariously. Then from that point, you then decide how much further you dig into it. So it's kind of like a 4 or 5 step process of all the problems, assign the applicable problem at that moment to the situation, then decide was it nefarious or was it just business, and then go in from there. So it would be, it's similar, but also completely different than the previous ones we've done because this is covering more broad policy and how the policy is applied to banking as a whole.
Okay.
I know you had spoken on the expenses. It'd be probably not the cheapest thing. Looking at some of the past agendas for the previous audits, I saw some that were like investigation should not exceed 50,000, and then I saw like another phase 2, which looked like the investigation was continuing not to exceed 37,000. And I mean, I've been coming to the agendas for a while, and the person in question, I haven't seen any outcomes as far as any legal repercussions, or I don't see any outcomes to justify spending $80,000 already on 2 audits that didn't result in anyone getting anything. So my first question is, would you be able to access or get that audit, and would it if it could possibly help you with some of the research you're doing? And then is that, since it was very specific and you're saying I think we need something more broad, and those are already pretty significant amounts of money, 50,000, 37,000, would we be looking at something more than that? Pretty much guaranteed.
I want to, excuse me, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Are you talking about the Weaver report?
Yes.
The Weaver report, the first one was 15,000, if I'm not mistaken, 15,000, and the second one was 37,000, 37,500 maybe.
And it was comprehensive.
Was it? Okay.
it was
And so,
comprehensive.
and so I just want to ask for clarification. Are you asking for something before or after Karen Gallagher was terminated? Because the date would change is
Yes,
the reason I'm
I'm
asking.
asking for all of money transfers and transactions.
But before she
Yes,
left?
I am.
Before she left?
I
Okay.
am, because
I just checking.
I would like for it to encompass that,
Okay, because she was,
because I think that then would also capture some of the stuff on the Techstar account as well.
okay,
So
just-
there's a reason behind
just, okay. Just wanted to check because she did work almost the whole year of 2024. And I just want to check on
that.
that.
And for another clarification point, there's still a second, there should be a second report, a secondary report after. I don't know if we're even allowed to talk about this because it's kind of off topic, the Weaver report, but
that prior report is, as I understand it, still in process. And I don't think it's appropriate to draw conclusions from that yet. So let's set that one aside for the moment. All right. But going back to Mr. Saldivar's question about cost and whether or not we can define the cost, those not to exceed amount numbers are typically determined after we do the initial discussion with the accounting firm, and they have some idea of what the scope is and they propose a price. And so what I'm hoping I'm going to be able to bring back to you once we have the scope, and Mr. Goranzik, I'll grab a copy of your notes. I think you were reading from some handwritten notes. I'll borrow those from you to make sure I capture all of that.
Okay.
The accounting firm will propose a price, and I hope to bring back to you a couple of different firms with a couple of different prices, and you'll be able to compare services and prices and choose something that you think will best serve the community.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. One quick follow-up also. I think you were doing cost of doing the investigation versus the outcome and what we would find or see possible prosecution out of. We don't ever know that going into an investigation. We put tons of man hours. We spend money for lab analysis or subpoena fees, and all kinds of different things go into the cost of an investigation. Depending on what it is, we go into that not knowing what the outcomes are going to be, because there's always this prosecutorial discretion at the end of the tunnel. And so we can work anything that comes to us or hand it off to the state or the feds. If the AUSA doesn't want to adopt the charge, or if the district attorney doesn't see reason to prosecute, you're still going to be out those revenues for the investigation. So there's no guarantee prosecution out of an investigation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then to answer, Mark, the first part you thought what we're currently doing, I think you touched on the current controls. Just to toot the horn of the city and what we've done as a group since I've started here, we used to use QuickBooks as all of our accounting mechanisms. Very hard to have internal controls on QuickBooks because it's a shared login at times for people. I mean, not that I know we had them, but it's easier to share a login for QuickBooks than it is for a bank account. So by transitioning away from QuickBooks to FundView and then using the bank actually, just know moving forward, the city has already implemented a lot of internal controls that will help us moving forward. That's why your timeline is great because that's going to be the pre-FundView conversion and then the pre-changes. So Broadway Bank is now set up as a commercial bank for us. It requires those tokens, those actions before you can move money. Previously on QuickBooks, you could have done it through QuickBooks itself. Completely different process that is not suitable for a city government. So I do want to give a kudos to y'all and then our team that we have moved away from the QuickBooks process, which has way less oversight than our current process moving forward.
The other thing of that is that we would have to find a secondary way of confirming the actual perpetrator, because small towns are small towns. And what we have found in a couple other ones is that they shared logins. So the person that actually hit the keys may not be the person that did the dirty deed. And so that's where you have to go back and look at a lot of, it gets very convoluted very quick.
I just had one more other thing to say because this is regards to banking, but for EDC, the Techstar account, we did remove 3 people from the Broadway Bank account as well, just as an update. And I think at the next EDC, we should have that completed to have new members of EDC covering those bank accounts. I'm not sure if there is any extras yet, but I think the next meeting we'll know if there's any others that we did not remove or something. So I'll update you guys on that.
So this one was for the city banking accounts. This agenda item 8.10. Are there any other comments from council?
Yes, I would like to share that I am extremely concerned about it too. From the information that I've been presented is the bank statements were still coming in a former employee's name beyond a year after she was no longer employed here, that there were transactions conducted in a former employee's name. I want to say beyond a year after she had left us, but the logins were still using her name, that she was still a signatory on the bank accounts, the investment accounts of Techstar and stuff like that. So, and transactions were being done in somebody's name that was no longer employed with the city. I will say that there is a meeting, a recording. I'm not sure which date it was when I asked about who was doing the logins, who was actually physically logging into the computer and doing those transactions. And the city administrator said that she did, and then the previous mayor was approving them. So there's a recorded meeting about that could be reviewed also. Having known this and about it being finances and having that there was a financial investigation done by the Texas Rangers in conjunction with the Caldwell County District Attorney's Office, and that there was an arrest made of a public official. I understand that it costs money, but all that I mentioned previously brings me more concerned of what else has happened. And so I would agree with the council member that things need to be looked at in case, for just so that the public knows that we looked into this, because there's a lot of stuff going on out there, a lot of talk going on out there. And I want to assure the public, we will look into it And we'll just have to see if we can, what we can afford, but that's really all I wanted to say.
Just offer a little ray of sunshine though. Our current payroll process, give you an idea of like where we were and where we're at now. QuickBooks, anybody with a QuickBooks login could have ran payroll, and then you could have had money leave our bank and pay our employees. Currently, it requires 3 tokens to do the transfer to do payroll. It is extremely annoying, but it's extremely important that that happens. That way there is those controls. So just know moving forward, I do think it's critical to always look back and see, because when it was so loose, there was a lot of areas where this could have gone very bad, intentional or not. But just know moving forward, this city has made huge strides to get out from underneath it, because it is terrible practice.
And thank you very much for putting all that into place for us. I really do appreciate it. I just think it's important we know where we've been.
To that point, I think one thing that we can do also between the chief and I is that we have the connections, we have the associations to get things done that we need to get done, but we can spend some time visiting with our bank and their personnel, and we can spend some time doing a low level financial investigation. Those can be done relatively easily. It consumed time of the chief and myself, and I know it sounds really weird, but that was my forte when I was working undercover narcotics, is that I worked financial crimes. And so I like to do those financial investigations. So we can get together and work on some of that and kind of give some ideas of some possibilities or not.
And one of the positives is when you're a city like us, we have very little cash on hand. So all this should have records. If money left the bank in some capacity, there has to be a record of it, because it's not a cash transaction. So while it does seem daunting, every dollar that has left our bank account will have a timestamp, because it wasn't a cash transaction. It was something that had to go through a process. So I won't be here for this fun exercise. It sounds like it'll be exciting, but just know the direction you guys give will allow us to know this window. You can easily pull bank statements that go back this far, and then you can identify and then drill into what you guys want to know. So it's all out there in the ether.
Any other comments from council? Do we need to take action on this? Okay, good. So we're going to move on to agenda item 8.11.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I would prefer there to be a motion to direct the city attorney to bring back that recommendation, because it's potentially going to involve an expenditure of money. Yes.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion to direct the city attorney to move on coordinating some sort of forensic audit information.
And to bring back a proposal to city council.
And to bring back a proposal to city council.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilmember Piñeda. Councilmember Lapointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Piñeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Guanci,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So that was 8.10. That was, we spoke before the item. That was before 8.10. So I think I might have butchered that up by missing your 8.7 one. So your public comment was done for 8.10 actually. So I butchered that. I missed you on 8.7. We had skipped down 8.8, 8.9, and then 10. And then your comment was technically for 10. So that is my bad.
If I can ask the attorney, just for clarification, point of order, since we didn't take action on 8.9, the agenda item 8.10 was read, but no discussion was opened. So wouldn't his comments were in line with the 8.7, right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
since we skipped around so much, I had missed the 8.7 opportunity to have him come talk. So if y'all want, you can open it back up to 8.10 for public comment, correct? Attorney?
He was, 8.7 was his public comments.
So we had it both for 8.7 and 8.10. But
Oh.
since we had jumbled the items and we skipped a few, I had missed him for 8.7. So technically, he's only spoken once for the two items that he wanted to speak on.
Mayor, can I give two answers to that question?
Yes.
The
Yes.
easy answer is yes, you can go back to 8.7 for the purpose of opening public comment to allow him to speak on that item, and I recommend that you do so.
Yes.
The second answer is this. Best practices in the state have moved away from this method of providing public comment. Most cities in the state have a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, as you do. And their instructions are, if you want to comment on anything, whether it's on this agenda or not, please bring your comments now. Once that public comment period is over, then the public is not permitted to interrupt your meeting throughout the evening, because this is what happens. We jump around on the agenda, we get confused. The city attorney or the city secretary or the city manager, whoever's tracking this, is trying to follow the meeting and isn't paying attention to the paper. This is what happens. This confusion is what happens when you follow this model. And so many cities have changed their meeting and agendas policy in a way that moves all citizen comments into that one period at the beginning of the meeting. The Attorney General has issued an opinion that says that is acceptable under the new rule that was adopted by the legislature that requires us to allow them to speak before or during a public comment, a public consideration. And so I would recommend that if you are considering changes to your meeting and agenda policy, that is a change that you implement. Circling back to the easy answer, I do recommend that you go back to that item now and allow him to speak.
Okay, and for clarification purposes, when Mr. Contreras got up to speak the first time, was it for 8.7?
Yes. So the new one
So
will be
this one
8.10.
will be for 8.10?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Contreras.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak on it. So Karen Gallagher, I'm glad you guys are going back and looking into this. If you go back to the agenda items for June and May, Mark tried to appoint her for city council. It was, city secretary, I think. He was also on the council 3 other times during Karen's tenure. So it's mind blowing that he was even trying to bring her back, because he was also on the council investigating her when he was on the council the third time. And for whatever reason, he decided that he wanted to bring her back. I have concerns about the shared folder. I think you guys had talked about it on the last agenda, where you had a shared folder. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I didn't hear anything about it again. But shared folder with a password, if you go through any compliance or security with any company, you would get fired, because that is not right. Also, just collecting my thoughts, Karen Gallagher had her son, and I spoke to her son. He was actually working for a department that didn't exist. It was a Parks and Rec department. You can go back and look at which city council members approved of that department that didn't even exist that time. And so I hope that in whatever investigation goes back and looks into that as well, because I'm not sure how someone can be employed and work for a department that doesn't exist in the city. So that's all I have. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, so now we can move to agenda item 8.11. Councilmember Matthew Esposito is not here today. Does council wish to table this until he returns?
Yeah, I'd like to table it to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Councilmember Lapointe.
Because he's wanting to change the regular meeting from Wednesday to Tuesday. Is the reason he's not here because he can't make it on Wednesdays? Would we like to just change it in his absence so that he's able to attend?
He told me he was on 2 weeks vacation.
Oh,
So that's why he's not here. And he wasn't here last week because he was going on 2 weeks vacation.
okay.
Okay. So Is council okay to table this until he returns?
Yeah, I would like to table it. I just wanted to kind of ask you a question. When I'm trying to, guess, go to some of these civic committees like a data center coalition and other surrounding council meetings like Niederwald and Lockhart, and just kind of see what's going on. I found that most of them are also on Tuesday. I don't know if that's like a standard. And one thing I will say is by moving it to Wednesday, it's gonna help me to kind of attend some of those things because it's a little out of the norm from what all the other cities do, which I do like.
Yes, sir. I would say that and I track this because I attend a lot of different city council meetings. So I actually have a calendar that lays out all the cities near me. And I will tell you, Tuesday night is that's the most popular night. All right. Most city councils have their meeting on either the first and third or the second and fourth Tuesday night. I have a client who has a meeting on a first and third, and I have another client who has their meetings on the second and fourth. If you were to move to Tuesday night, I would have a scheduling conflict every night of the month.
Yeah. I think this day works best for me, either which way.
Some of the other cities that I've been around, they actually opted for a Thursday for that very reason. Most of the city attorneys already have conflicting schedules with their other clients. And so they pick Thursdays because Wednesdays are church nights. And so a lot of those cities would not meet on a Wednesday night because it conflicted with their time to go to church and be with their family at church. And so that's why you either see like some cities that do day meetings. Why they would do this, I don't understand, but they do a Monday morning meeting, or they do Tuesday evenings, or they do Thursdays. Everybody stays away from Wednesdays and Fridays.
Yeah.
So food for thought.
Yes. When I first started as a council member, the meetings were on Wednesday. Last year, when we had a new attorney, we changed them to Thursday. He's no longer here. We went back to Wednesdays. And so I prefer Wednesdays, but it's up to council, whatever they decide. And Mr. Ghosh said that he's not available on Tuesdays. That's not a good thing. We don't need to go find another attorney, in my opinion.
Well, you just swore him in.
I know. I just swore him in, and I don't want to. We don't want to lose you.
Well, it sounds like to me that we did not table this item.
No, we
This
did
sounds
not,
like discussion.
because
So
question.
We
We
still
might as
could. We still could.
You still can't table
might
it.
as well go ahead and make a motion on it.
Anything else from council? Okay, so you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to keep our meetings on the current Wednesday night schedule.
Okay, do we have a second?
And I'll second that as well.
Okay, Councilmember Pineda we have a second. Councilmember Lapointe.
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda.
Aye.
Councilmember Gronsik.
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Agenda 8.12. Discussion and possible action to direct the city attorney to provide a legal opinion and recommendations regarding the city's authority under Texas law to temporarily suspend or impose a moratorium on the acceptance or processing of a new residential and commercial development applications due to the city's current administrative capacity, including any procedural requirements, legal limitations, and law alternatives. Councilmember Gronsik.
Hayden pretty much addressed this at our last meeting. I was a little confused on where the moratorium came up, but you did. And so in light of that, I'm happy with what he had to say about it. I would move to table this item or just drop it entirely.
I couldn't remember what I remember. We talked about that. I couldn't remember where I remember reading moratorium. It was on this agenda item. I couldn't remember where it came from either. But once I saw it, they just, oh yeah, that's what I was referring to last meeting. So yeah. So
Okay.
sorry about that.
No problem.
Mayor, no need to table that item. If he's saying he needs no action, we can simply take no action and move on.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 8.13, discussion and possible action to review and rescind any prior resolution or other authorization providing additional compensation or a stipend to the city secretary for serving as secretary to the Uhland Economic Development Corporation and to terminate such additional compensation effective immediately. Councilmember Goranczyk.
This item is pretty straightforward. The purpose of this agenda item is simply to just ensure that the compensation reflects the current duties that are actually being performed. If the city secretary isn't any longer serving as the secretary to the Uhland EDC, then I don't think that we should continue to pay an additional stipend for those duties that are no longer performed. So this is just, again, ensuring that the compensation aligns with the current responsibilities. It's my understanding that Jazz is the current secretary of the EDC. So that's it. That's all I got on this one.
So I was trying to find this resolution, and I'm curious if it's actually an EDC resolution that paid her out of their funding. This was one that's not on the city website, so I was going through the books trying to find this resolution. I couldn't. Not that it doesn't exist. It could very well exist, but it also could be an EDC resolution that paid our city secretary to clerk their meetings. So I think you could just say to make it go away and rescind it, but I don't know if it's actually an EDC resolution or a city council resolution. That'd be one thing we have to figure out before you guys rescind it, because it might not be your item to rescind anyways.
In most of the cities where I represent the EDC, we have an interlocal agreement. It's not technically an interlocal. We have an agreement with the city where the city provides staff people to the EDC, and the EDC pays the salary or pays a portion of the salary for that person, that stipend that gets added on. I would like to look into whether such a contract exists before we take any action that might breach that contract.
That'd be great. I'd
Thanks.
love some clarification to know. Thank you.
Okay, so
Hey,
then,
I
excuse me.
I just wanted to say one thing. I mean, I think as far as right now, nothing is being paid, period, directly out of EDC account, as far as I know.
Tonight has been kind of a night about cleaning up stuff and realigning and make sure everything matches.
Yeah.
So that's great if that's not happening.
Yeah.
And I would love to have some clarification on whether or not, well, what happened in this instance? And if there is a lingering stipend or agreement on the city's behalf, I'd like to just make sure that that's cleaned up. That makes sense.
When I requested open records for EDC, Techstar, and the bank account, I did not see any checks for 2024 and 2025. And I did not see any checks written out to the city secretary for payment. How that was done, I don't know if it was something the city paid, because I didn't see it in the EDC bank accounts for the city secretary. They write very few checks. They don't have a lot of checks.
Well, it could have just been direct deposit. So,
Ma-
because like
maybe.
what Hayden was saying, anybody could get in the QuickBooks and send the money. So
Um,
that's what I think that we need to try to find out.
Okay, and so then if it was maybe done through QuickBooks, direct deposit, would it still reflect it on the bank account? That the money was moved from the bank account, either account?
So the problem with how QuickBooks works with our bank is every transaction is QuickBooks transaction. So contrary to using your bank for the bank transfer will show an itemized list of what that transfer was. Your only way to discover the QuickBooks transactions is to audit the actual QuickBooks server itself and then correlate the cost. So it is still itemized. Had to have been put into QuickBooks to be identified. It won't be on the bank statement though, because the bank statement will just show a QuickBooks transaction and it won't likely have a descriptor of what it actually was. Hence why we haven't gotten rid of the QuickBooks subscription yet, because we need to make sure we have that account to make sure we have the years of information to go back and look at, because without that, you won't know what the bank account is telling you.
Okay.
I had a question. Because the example that you said, where the city kind of loans the secretary to the EDC, the EDC has I believe a board director that is appointed to a position of secretary. So does the city secretary assume like a board position, or would that board position not be a city secretary at that point if the and not be a secretary if the city secretary were handling those duties?
Great question. I've seen it done multiple ways.
Mhm.
In some, here's what I consider to be the best practice. I think that an EDC should adopt their bylaws that requires a secretary to be appointed, but does not require the secretary to be a member of the board.
Okay.
And then they can appoint the city secretary to be the board secretary, even though she is not a member of the board and doesn't vote on that board.
Okay.
And then they have an agreement with the city where they pay the city some money so the city can add a stipend onto that city secretary's salary for the purpose of providing those services. And so it becomes like an interlocal agreement
Okay.
between the two entities.
And so like the secretary, the board director that became a secretary, if the city secretary assumed those duties, they would just become like a regular board director?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And I do have EDCs where they appoint a board member to be the official secretary, and all that person does is sign minutes because the city secretary is providing those services through a contract as a staff support. All right.
Okay. Because well, when I looked on the minutes, right? I know the minutes have been getting better, especially since Hayden's been back, and but when I looked on the minutes for the EDC, I can't find any. And I'm just trying to understand correctly. If so, we had a city secretary that was paid compensation, and we had a director that was appointed secretary, and with those two people, we still weren't having the minutes completed.
I would say that in a situation where the appointed board member serving in the role as official secretary, whenever that person is responsible for preparing minutes, that's usually when your records are the worst.
Okay.
And for clarification, Anna did the minutes, not me. That was not me at all. That the 40
For the
guys
record.
did. Yeah, that was for the record. That was not me.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I do want to add that the former EDC members, the secretary was Nicholas Guillory, but even then, the city secretary would attend the meetings, and I think she did the agenda. I don't know what she did with the meeting minutes for EDC. Maybe they're in her computer, maybe they're in a folder, in a binder. I'm not going to try to speak for Michelle, the president of EDC, but I do know that she's picked up several binders and folders, and she's got to go through all that. Maybe it's in there because, we didn't have anybody to do the transition. So left a big gap there, but so she's going through all that
And things are being
getting things in order.
and things are being digitized.
Yes, and she's gonna do that. So, but it's gonna take time because she's got a lot of different folders, different binders, different everything. And I don't know how far back, what year it goes to, and who had them. They just kind of popped up in City Hall. I don't know how.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any other questions? Okay, do we need to? Did you say you're going to do, right?
I'd like to look into whether that contract exists or if there's any documentation before we take action on this. And so I'll bring this back at a later date.
Okay, so we don't need any action on this one?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item 8.14, discussion and possible action to establish city council meeting efficiency and agenda management guidelines, including limiting vendor and staff presentations to 10 minutes, allowing approximately 20 minutes for council questions and deliberation, establishing a general 30-minute limit for each agenda item, and providing that an item may be postponed to a future meeting if no decision is reached within the allotted time, unless a majority of the council votes to extend discussion. Councilmember Gorancic.
So this I was bringing forward just out of the idea to make our meetings a little more efficient and focused. I know that we have a lot of agenda items on here, in part because of a lot of stuff that I wanted taken care of. But here we are 4 or 5 sometimes 6 hours in, this may be a terrible idea, but that's the beauty of democracy. So if this is a terrible idea and we hate it, then we'll move on. But I think that every agenda item deserves, discussion. I don't think that we need to have marathon meetings. You've made this point. We all have families. We all have lives outside of this. I don't think that the marathon meetings necessarily serves the council, the staff, or the public very well. And so the idea is really this. It's limit the discussion items. And I want to add too that there's been times as this council has been newly elected and appointed that we've had presenters who have come in, and even the presenters at times will talk in circles and not give great presentations that are super valuable. So my thought on this whole thing is really to get your thoughts as a council board. Would this be something that we would want to consider if we can't have a discussion and a presentation and deliberate within 20 minutes on a particular item? Is that something we table and bring back for more discussion to aim at more efficiency and put some guardrails in for both the presenters and for council deliberation, or not? And that's where it lies.
And I do appreciate not having marathon meetings also. My concern with that is if the first council member that starts speaking and they speak for 20 minutes, then the rest of us are going to be looking at each other to try and figure out, okay, I got 5 minutes. To me personally, I'd rather not limit how much time we can deliberate on an item. If we feel as if we start going into circles, I think that needs to be brought to, we could respectfully bring that to each other's attention, like, okay, we're not getting anywhere. Do you guys agree we should table this item? Because we still have too many questions. So we always have the option to table an item. I do not want to limit deliberation. What I would recommend is consolidating some of the agenda items, and maybe because there's been things I wanted to address that I had concerns about. And then I look at the agenda and I'm like, okay, we have 10 things on here from one or something like that from one council member, and a couple from somebody else and from somebody else. And it's like, well, I'm not going to be here till midnight. And I appreciate everybody has their concerns. I do too. And there's a lot of stuff that I wanted brought up, but I'm trying to prioritize it. So maybe we look at it as, if it's not a legal issue, a timeline issue, like we have to statutorily meet a particular timeline, maybe we look at it and we say, okay, each council member, something's important to you. Maybe pick your top 5, pick your top 3, whatever you want to say, and then go from there. And let's address those items. Let's give the staff, the attorney, time to work on those items. And then we have our next meeting, because when I look at a meeting like this and I'm like, and we're constantly saying, well, I make a motion to direct the attorney, to direct the city administrator, and we have 50 things on the agenda item, the agenda, that I'm like, they're not even going to have time to get the next agenda ready. So in my opinion, I think speaking about an agenda item is really important, and we really need to deliberate, because I hear a lot of wonderful things when you're speaking, the questions that you ask, and then your input. And I'm like, okay, well then I don't have to answer those questions, or it prompts me to have a question. So I would rather not limit that. That's where I learn most of my information. I would rather say, let's prioritize what we put on the agenda. And also, I think that would help the staff and the attorney of what we're going to be asking them to do. That's just my opinion.
Mayor, can I
do
make
agree with, I'm sorry, one last thing. I do agree with limiting the presentations. I do agree with that. And I think that this was addressed the last time we addressed our agendas and meeting policy. I don't remember specifically the final outcome on that, but I think that there was something about limiting the presenters for that. I do 100% agree with that.
Can I make an observation as someone relatively new to your city who's had an opportunity to observe a lot of your meetings now, but in a relatively short period of time, and not just completely as a disinterested observer. I want you to know that I wrote a book on this subject called Go Home Early. I've
reading it.
traveled the state teaching city councils how to make their meetings more efficient and streamlined. I've taught at TML statewide conference, newly elected conference, and small town conference on the subject of making your meetings more efficient. With that lens, watching y'all's meetings, I will tell you there is one improvement you could make that would speed your meetings up dramatically. And Ms. LaPointe just mentioned it. The items on your agenda are not fully prepared before they come to you. Think about tonight's agenda. Most of the action items have not been action items. They have been, let's talk about this items. In the best, most efficient run meetings that I attend, the staff is presenting to city council a proposal that they need city council to make a yes or no decision on. The staff has developed the proposal, sometimes based on a request from the council, but the staff has brought a professional recommendation and council is saying yes or no. What I'm seeing here is council bouncing around ideas about things that you might want to try, and then the staff is trying to play catch up to you behind. I would strongly recommend allowing your professional staff to fully develop the items that are being brought to you so that action items truly are, all in favor say aye, action items. That will streamline your meetings tremendously by giving the staff the opportunities to present that information to you. There's a lot of other things I could talk about on meeting management, including how to use a gavel, how to, just manage the flow of the discussion. But I think that is the single most effective thing that this council would benefit from.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Okay, you have something to share? Oh. Okay, I do want to share with council and that I would advise council against adopting this agenda. The Texas Open Meetings Act is intended to ensure that public business is discussed openly. Council members have both the right and the responsibility to ask questions and deliberate before making decisions. Some agenda items take 5 minutes or less. Some of them are over an hour. And artificially limiting discussion could prevent council from making informed decisions. I also don't think it's appropriate to require majority vote to continue discussing an item after arbitrary time limit expires. A council member should not have to seek permission to continue asking questions during the discussion time before they vote. As the presiding officer, the mayor already has the ability to manage the meeting, keep discussion focused on the agenda item, and move the meeting along without imposing rigid time limits. If discussions become excessive, any council member already has the ability under general parliamentary procedure to table the item. Those tools already exist without creating an ordinance or policy that could hamper legitimate deliberation. Another very important point is this proposal also shifts authority away from the mayor as the presiding officer. Under Texas general law, the mayor is responsible for presiding over council meetings and maintaining order. Managing the pace of discussion is already part of that role. adopting a policy that automatically cuts off discussion after a set time and requires the council to vote to continue effectively replaces the mayor's judgment with a mechanical rule. Efficient meetings is something we all want, and they come from good agenda preparation, concise staff reports, and effective chairing, not from imposing a stopwatch on city business. I kept time of every agenda item and the speaker that we had today, and it exceeded those times. So sometimes we have to talk about the importance of the subject at hand and not table it till the next month's meeting, because we are at 1 month, 1 meeting per month. And so sometimes we have to discuss those agenda items thoroughly so that we can make better decisions for the city. Thank you. Any other discussions?
I just wanted to say, I initially I had a kind of, well, on to piggyback what Mark was saying, I had the idea, since we have 5 aldermen plus the mayor, we should make it 18 minutes, so everyone gets about 3 minutes. But after hearing what you had said and listening to the attorney as well, I think maybe tightening up the agenda items would be the best move. I think we do need the deliberations. I know they take a while, and like I have a baby at home who's probably trying to poop or go to sleep, and I could definitely be there, but I'm sure my wife wants me to be there.
Or
But,
eat.
yeah, but
Poop,
you know,
eat,
we
or
have a
eat.
duty. You know, we have a duty to. And I tell my wife to, you know, like as much as I want to be home, we have to get these discussions done. We have to get these items done, and yeah, I think that what everyone said, I think y'all have a good plan. Thomas, Mark, the mayor, I think there's a nice in between to where we can speed these up.
Okay. Any action? We don't take action on this. Okay. We're moving on to agenda item 8.15, discussion and possible action to repeal ordinance 330 in connection with the reorganization of the Public Works Department as the Maintenance Department. Councilmember Goransik.
So this one's, thank God, the last one. This is pretty straightforward. It's just to complete the reorganization of what historically has been known as a Public Works Department, beginning at our next fiscal year. Since we're moving that Public Works Department to a Maintenance Department, the goal on this one is simply just to make sure everything aligns, so that we, I guess, abolish the old Public Works ordinance and replace it then with one that reflects the maintenance. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. And I have 2 things about this. The first one, because it bugs me so much, is it's misspelled at the top of it, and that just, I can't. In a document like this, and they misspelled department. Okay, that's just me. The second thing is in regards to legal. So last time when I had mentioned about repealing an ordinance, because we have a city code of ordinances, I was told that we need to, what was it say, modify or amend, thank you, amend the city code of ordinances rather than appeal or repeal a ordinance by number. So if we choose to do something about this, I just want to make sure that we word the motion correctly. Is it code of ordinances need to be amended? And then the other thing is, what legal effects would it have if we amended or repealed this, whatever we're doing? Because I do agree, if we don't have a Parks and Rec department, then why do we need this? On the other hand, if we keep this in the ordinance, there's no requirement to fund employees of this department. We just have a vacant department. So in the future, should we have a need for parks and recreational responsibilities, actions, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, employees even, then we can take those actions because we already have this ordinance. But having this ordinance doesn't require us to fund it. That's my thought.
Thank you, Ms. Lapointe, and I want to thank you also for remembering what I said at the last meeting. That's great. I'm glad y'all are listening to what I'm saying, because this is an interesting nexus of what I said at the last meeting about not repealing ordinances and what I just said about giving staff an opportunity to prepare. This is an item that is on our agenda. There is nothing in your code about a public works department, and I have never seen ordinance 330. I couldn't begin to tell you what would be the effects of repealing ordinance 330 because I've never read it. And so I do not recommend that you make a motion tonight to repeal an ordinance that I've never reviewed because I have no idea what the impact of that would be. In a professionally run, efficient city organization, the way I often see this happen is, and we can do this tonight, City Council requests that the staff bring back to them an action that accomplishes whatever it is you're trying to do. And what I think you're trying to do tonight, Mr. Goronzik, is to rename the Public Works Department to a Maintenance Department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if y'all would just do me a favor, glance all the way back at the very beginning of your agenda. Item number 3 on your agenda is announcements, City Council, and Mayor comments. There's a lot of words there I don't want you to read because it's too wordy. It's not the way I write it when I write agendas. That is the section of the meeting where you bring up to staff something you want staff to bring back to you later. All right? When we get to that section of the meeting and the mayor says, does anyone have any comments? One of the things you are allowed to talk about in a meeting under the Open Meetings Act, even if it's not on your agenda, is an item for a future agenda. So
We
at that
can't
point,
discuss it, but we can just request.
that's
it.
right, you can request it. And so at that point of the meeting, Mr. Goronzik would say, we need to change the name of the department. Would staff bring back an item that accomplishes that goal? Staff would get together, we would go find that ordinance 330, we would see if that's what we need to do, if we need to amend the code or how we do that. And we bring it back to you in a way that we say, here's what we think you ought to do. And the mayor says, all in favor, say aye. And it's a much more efficient use of our evening.
Great.
So I appreciate that. I have 2 things. One, Mayor, in the future, would you make sure that you afford us the ability to make comments in that section? And 2, sir, we do not have staff. So that could be a problem.
And the one thing that I would like to say
For
is that
another half hour, you got Hayden.
The clock is definitely ticking.
Well, you can't run. We need you. Miss Anna needs you, the attorney, and myself
start-
after class.
Yeah, you started that comment with, you're glad that we listened to you. That was something you mentioned at the last meeting. And I will just reply with, we pay you too much to not listen to you.
Thank you. You're also learning very quickly that I used to be a school teacher and I like helping people get to that next level. So please don't criticize too harshly when I stray beyond legal advice and start talking about best practices.
One point that can fix this without having to amend this, facilities can be a work group inside of Public Works. How you classify in your org chart makes no means of how the ordinance is written, because the ordinance only says the establishment of a Public Works department. You can create employees through your budget that are facilities and not touch any of this. Just so you know, there's a way to do this without having to touch the ordinances, just so you know. You can obviously do this if you want to. The easiest way, though, is just change their positions, and then they're inside a Public Works bubble.
And to that, as you grow and you do have parks, then what you do under that umbrella of Public Works, you create a sub-entity, Public Works, Parks and Rec. And so they fall under the budget tab or headline of Public Works, but like Public Works covers water, wastewater, parks, streets, facilities maintenance. They are all under the cap, the headline cap title of Public Works, because they handle all the things, those public work items, but they're not actually if you follow what I'm saying.
And just on section 1 of that ordinance, it does say the work of public works is determined by city council, likely through the budget. So when you identify them as maintenance employees, how they're classified in the world of an org chart, they're facility maintenance people. You can just leave the ordinance as it, or you can change it, but just know that there is options here that don't require you to peel it back. Because to the point of Brian, when you do grow and you do want a public works department, you'll already have it baked in. You're just not funding all the positions that might be in public works currently.
It sounds like they're telling us that this is just like commercial zoning.
Yes. Yes.
Does it not?
It's yes.
Category.
Exactly. Yes.
Wait, we just heard this story. Yeah. We zoomed out, we zoomed in.
We zoomed out, zoomed in, changed the lens.
Yeah.
Good catch. Any other discussion on agenda item 8.15? So the attorney, you're going to read the 330 and bring something back to council?
In conjunction with the interim city administrator, we will bring back action as necessary to effectuate that change.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to section 10. We're going to have some announcements or any updates from any or all of these categories that we have. First up is city administrators.
I have 2 business things. One is a GLO update. We did meet with them this week. So you can see the bridge is getting done. They're going to start pouring that. They're going to do a base layer on there and then come back and finish that in the future. We're still negotiating easements. We're much closer than we were 2 weeks ago. Still have not secured anything on paper with signatures. However, the verbal conversation has moved in a direction where we actually are seeing traction, but just know there is no formal agreement for easements as of yet.
Which easements?
Both the Hannah easement and the Pocoloco easement. So both of those are still, like I said, they're a signature away because the tough discussion has now happened. Now we're trying to paper it up and make sure that's finalized. The Hannah easement was amended to shrink it and move the piping. Pocoloco is still doing their design for the parking structure on top of the drainage area. Once that is done, that should go quickly as well. Now we're chasing the build out process for the underground detention. So that becomes now this new challenge of how quickly can we bury what is an underground collection center. They're saying 6 months. If you look at a calendar, 6 months puts us right at our deadline. So
And can you please tell us what we're stuck with if this goes past January 1?
Sure. So there is a lot of debate about how much money we will owe back. So the project was a $7 million project. Inside of that, we will owe back whatever project scope was not completed. We're trying to iron out what that number actually is because there's a lot of variable to it, because the project can be substantially completable if other things happen. And so in the next 2 weeks, we'll have a very good idea of how many millions of dollars the city might owe January 2027. Yes, so we can still continue construction into January. Just know every day that passes, though, that storm trap system has to be dug out and buried in the Pocoloco site, and they've said it's about a 6-month total process. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, 3 months. So as we meet, the meetings have now shrunk to every other week or every week now, while we are in this crunch time. So it was a bi-monthly meeting. It has moved to weekly to make sure that everything is being accounted for.
Can the city be penalized for things that are beyond our control, like these easements, for example?
So that will be up to the state. I can tell you in a meeting with the state, they have not been very responsive to that because this project has gone so long and it's had 3 extensions. There will be a hard conversation at the end of this project about how this could have gone differently if we don't finish. I'm still optimistic it's going to work out because things are finally moving. But yes, I would guarantee you come December, if there's not substantial movement, fingers will begin to come out and point at who is at fault for this being delayed. And at that point, the city will have to figure out what our obligations are and what that all means for us. Now, it is the final 2 stages. One point that Brian brought up, just so you guys are aware, The brand new paving that happened on Old Spanish Trail will have to be tore out in a section over here by the bridge to connect to the storm system. So be prepared for that because it was always going to have to happen. But now the road is complete and they have to cut, I imagine, a 10 by 10 block out of that road to tie the storm system from the other side of 21 Poco Loco under 21 through the Hannah property, tying into Old Spanish Trail. So be prepared for the public comments and folks who are upset that we just installed this brand new road and now it's being cut out to make a connection. So just know that that is coming down.
And the reason for that is they have to cut out the original tie-in inlet. They're going to have to go in and remove that connector and then redo all that and move the new tie-in further down. So that's why this road's going to be tore
So
out.
this is the bridge by Sealiger.
Yeah, so but this easement is a little further east on Spanish Trail. So the Hannah property is right across the street over here. It's where the houses are. The original easement was bisecting that property. So they made the connection on Old Spanish Trail underground where they proposed it to go prior to securing an easement. Now that the easement has to be shifted, the connection into 21 is in a different location than it was when the plans were approved. So fun things.
You're going to miss all that.
Yes, I am very sad for about missing this one.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Keep you
right
updated.
now get into like a name blame game,
I would not, for sure.
but this just seems all messed up. I have never heard of. It's messed up.
I say this because it's my last day. You never do projects like this without securing easements before construction. I say that. I don't know what that means for the project as a whole, because again, we'll have to figure out what this means for the project. Now, keep in mind, there's been ongoing negotiations, and as you consider the problems, when the easements were handshook last year, the city could not afford to pay for them. So then a year got added, right? So while the finger pointing is likely to come out, it is going to be very convoluted because a lot of people can say it's not their fault through this project. And when you have a project of this many different areas, I mean, there's 7 or 8 sites in the city that have had active construction. This will become very hairy. And again, December is when this will eventually hit the ceiling, as Mayor Garza would say. Famous quote. Taking that with me in my next city.
You should sit through all those
Next
meetings.
point of things.
Oh.
An email I sent you guys about the budget process. So I need to make sure everyone's available 8/12. I won't be here, but that meeting is statutorily required to notify the public of what is the voter approved and no new revenue rates. On that meeting, you'll also set the public hearing for September 2nd, which is your next regular meeting, to adopt the budget and adopt the tax rate, not in that order. It's tax rate, then budget. And then the third item is to make sure that y'all are very, very clear on the salaries that have been brought to you guys 3 times, just to make sure you guys are clear on the salaries. Because after that meeting, there was discussion ancillary to make sure everyone's clear. If y'all are not wanting that on the agenda, let us know. But I just want to make sure everyone is clear about the salaries, because after the last meeting, it was brought to my attention that there was confusion on salaries for folks. Want to make sure that everyone is clear on the salaries that is being proposed from our previous meetings. Now, I'm going to read some remarks I prepared for you guys. Try to keep it nice and brief, but I feel like the time is right for me to say goodbye to everybody. So, Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, and citizens of Uhland, before we adjourn tonight, I'd like to take a few moments to say thank you. Serving as a city administrator for the city of Uhland has been one of the greatest honors of my professional career. Public service has never been a job to me. It's an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives, and I've been eternally grateful for the opportunity to serve this community. When I arrived in Uhland, I mentioned it 1,000 times in my interview. I saw a city with tremendous opportunity. Today, as I prepare to leave, I still believe the opportunity exists, and it's even greater than what I inherited in February. Although my time was relatively short, I'm incredibly proud of what we've accomplished together. We strengthened the city's operations, improved financial stewardship, changed internal processes for better governance, moved important projects forward, worked every day to build an organization prepared for the future. Those accomplishments were never about one individual. They were the result of people who cared about the city and were willing to work hard for it. To our employees, thank you, thank you, thank you for those who have stuck with me. Thank you for your professionalism, your resilience, and your willingness to embrace change, because I brought a whole lot of it. Thank you for the early mornings and the late nights, the conversations in the hallway, and the countless moments that will never make it into the meeting minutes, but are essential to keep a city running. Local government is often best when no one notices it. Obviously, our city's had a lot of things in the papers everyone's been noticing, but that only happens when you have dedicated public servants like each of you on council to make sure the city is moving in the right direction. To the mayor and city council, thank you for the opportunity to serve. Local government works best when people bring different perspectives, no matter how crazy they might be and novel, to the table for the community's best interests. I appreciate all of your ethics you guys have brought to this, all the ideas we've done. And while I might not have agreed with all of them, I appreciate the ability for us to work through this as a team and ultimately serve the public in the city of Uhland. To the citizens who are still listening, thank you for your trust. Every decision made in City Hall affects real people, real families, and the future of this community. It's been a tremendous privilege to play a very small part in what has been those changes. And as I leave, I do so with optimism. Uhland's future is incredibly bright. This community is growing, new opportunities are continuing on the horizon, and I believe the foundation now exists for continued success. My hope is that everyone, staff, elected officials, residents alike, continue working towards the same goal, building a city that future generations will be proud to call home. One lesson I've learned throughout my career is that cities do not move forward because of one person. They move forward because ordinary people choose every day to serve something bigger than themselves. I've had the privilege of seeing that spirit firsthand in Uhland, and I have no doubt in my mind it will continue long after tonight. Before I close, I'd like to say one final thank you to the employees who have stuck with me. Thank you for welcoming me and challenging me to become a better leader every single day and believing in the work we are doing together. Thank you for the friendships we've built, for the laughter that got us through the difficult days, because there were a whole lot of them, and the unwavering commitment to this community. Those are the memories I'll carry long, long, long after this is gone, is the amount of effort it took to keep moving the city forward with our employees and with you guys on council. Although tonight marks the end of my time in your city as your city administrator, it is not the end of my belief in this city. I look forward to watching Uhland continue to grow and succeed, knowing I had a very, very small part in its journey, but thank you so much for allowing me to serve. So thank you guys so much. And I, again, see so much opportunity for the city, and I felt it when I started here, and I feel it now. Uhland will be successful, and it will grow, and people will flock here because it's a great place to call home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden.
You will be very much missed, and thank you for all your work.
Yeah,
Hayden.
thank you, Hayden.
I wanted to say real quick, the EDC resignations. I wanted to thank Susie and Kelly for taking the time to serve on the board. It's not easy. Susie had said, or I believe it was Kelly who had said she would be on the board until a replacement was found, which is awesome. You know, like how many people, if they're just wanting to resign, won't do it immediately. You know, that's very admirable. And thank you, Susie, and thank you, Kelly. We appreciate it. And thank you, Hayden. Appreciate it, Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden, thank you so much, and best of luck to you and your new ventures.
Okay, we're moving on to Economic Development Corporation. We have a message from EDC President Michelle, and Soraya's Councilmember Pineda is going to read it for us.
Yeah, so I have a EDC brief overview from July 23rd. So we swore in all the newly appointed board members, Jasmine Gasper and me, Soraya Pineda. Second thing, council appointed the following positions: Michelle Wolf as board president, Jasmine Gasper as secretary, and Wendy Tristan as treasurer. The third thing was the removal of former EDC council members, Ron Merle, Jeffrey Hummerl, John C. Warndall from the Broadway Bank account. And this item will continue at the next meeting to include any non-EDC council members removal from all EDC bank accounts, including Techstar. Number 4, the authorization of new signers on the Broadway Bank and Techstar accounts. And then 5, discussions, no action taken at this time following the fiscal budget, potential part-time EDC admin, and an EDC workshop as it pertains to a new EDC council, all new EDC council members. But that's it.
Thank you. Miss Anna, do we have anything from PNC?
I can answer those.
Okay, thanks.
So P&Z did meet last month for the first time in months, and the item that was brought was the one you guys heard tonight. So that is wrapped up. They have nothing on the future agenda to discuss, but the item that they did discuss was the zoning case and annexation that y'all heard tonight. Nothing pending for planning and zoning. I'll actually discuss also a few more that I'm going to talk about. Permits and development. We are seeing the new subdivisions that have been onboarded start to pull permits. So Marigold is starting one of their new phases. I believe Padera is also starting some of their new phases. So you will see a lot more active residential construction in the city of Uhland again on the high road side of town. For public works, they just finished the third bag of asphalt. So if you go down Misty, I went over there and saw there was a lot of asphalt distributed across the ground. Again, not going to fix the roads, but we did essentially install 3 tons of asphalt throughout the city of Uhland on that side of town. The hope is to continue filling those potholes and filling the cracks as we go. And I will turn it over to the police department.
Evening, council. I'll make this short. I know we all want to try to get out of here. But first, I want to say, Hayden, you were here for a small period of time, but you made a big impact, and I'm going to miss you. So thank you for everything. So the police department continues to remain committed to providing professional, responsive service to our community despite our operating hours and limited staffing. For our calls for service, our officers continue to respond to calls service throughout the city, including traffic incidents, disturbances, suspicious activity, welfare checks, and other requests for assistance. In addition to answering calls, officers remain proactive by conducting traffic enforcement, investigating criminal offenses, following up on cases, and maintaining a visible presence throughout the community. On our staffing, the department is currently operating with 5 full-time officers and 1 reserve officer. That will change this month with Officer Rodriguez accepting a position with the San Marcos Police Department and Reserve Officer Emmons filling his vacancy. While our staffing remains limited, our officers continue to work diligently to provide the highest level of service possible. We remain hopeful that as the city's financial outlook improves, future budgets will allow us to expand staffing and increase operational coverage. On our community events, the department has remained actively involved in community engagement efforts. We recently hosted our back to school backpack drive, which has been a great success thanks to the generosity of our residents and local supporters. Events like these strengthen relationships between the police department and the community which we proudly serve. We are also looking forward to hosting National Night Out again. Last year's turnout was great. We're hoping this year's turnout is even bigger. That'll be this October, which will provide another opportunity to connect with residents, build partnerships, and promote community safety. We look forward to participating in additional community events throughout the year. I want to thank our officers for their continued dedication and professionalism, and to our community for its ongoing support. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And then we have City Secretary, Ms. Ann Ortiz.
I just want to say that we are all caught up in the open records. There's just a few that we're coordinating with the attorney to answer, but pretty much everyone has been addressed. We had quite a few emails in the secretary. We're getting caught up on those. And as you saw, we are caught up on the minutes. So we're slowly working on getting everything caught up. Bear with us. You know, we are short-staffed also. And I think that the office staff has done a wonderful job. I know that the hours have been an issue, but even though we're not open to the public, when we arrive, we're still answering calls at 7 a.m. and a little bit past 5 o'clock. So we are trying to help our residents as much as we can, getting everything answered and returning calls and getting all these messages returned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Councilmember Pineda, second motion. Councilmember Lapointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda,
Aye.
Councilmember Vorosek,
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at 9:58 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Hayden, why you gotta do this to us? Why do you have to leave?